and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve, and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners, and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve, and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners, and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK, the USA, the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story to the world. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the centre of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com. As the UK and India enter a new era of strategic partnership, the Free Trade Agreement isn't just a milestone, it's a launchpad. This partnership is emerging as a powerful force for global innovation, and now is the time to lead it. The UK-India Future Forum is your gateway to this new reality. A high-impact platform that turns ambition into action and opportunities into outcomes. From cutting-edge pharma to frontier technologies, the UK-India Future Forum drives meaningful engagement across sectors where the FTA makes the biggest impact. With a bold new framework for trade and cooperation taking shape, now is the time to connect, co-create and lead. As a UK-India Future Forum member, you don't just attend events, you shape them. Gain exclusive access to the most influential leaders across business and government. Leverage curated intelligence, personalised connections, and unmatched visibility. This isn't just networking, it's high-level influence with real-world results. UK-India Future Forum, where opportunity meets action. Become a member. Be part of shaping the future.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. Delighted to see so many of you here this morning. So welcome to this, the UK-India Future Frontiers Forum, hosted in partnership, as you can see, in this wonderful setting here at the Science Museum. My name is Ben Thompson. I'm going to be your guide through many of the sessions throughout the day. There's a whole array of sessions, speakers and discussions that will take place on this stage. There is a lot for us to fit in. In the coming hours, we're going to examine the collaborations that are shaping the future of AI, of quantum, health, space and clean energy. At a time of a global tech revolution, we will explore how the UK's R&D expertise combined with India's entrepreneurial spirit and innovative culture can really combine to create real progress, not only for business and economics, but for society as a whole. And so let's get started. As I said, there is a lot to fit in, and I'm delighted to welcome to say a few words first of all. Please welcome William Khan, who's a Programme Director at the India Global Forum.
Thank you, Ben. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning, and thank you so much for being here for IGF's Future Frontiers Forum in this iconic venue, the Smith Centre at the Science Museum. I'm especially grateful to the Honourable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, for his presence with us both today and yesterday at our launch event in Westminster. I first met Sir Ian Blatchford on the 14th of April to ask if he'd be happy for the Science Museum to partner with us for this event on the 19th of June. And to his great credit, he didn't raise a single eyebrow or look even remotely sceptical about a full day's programme coming together very nicely. But the knowledge and networking that underpins today, rather than 2 months, is well over 2 years in the making. Here our founder, Manoj Ladwa, has been instrumental in envisaging a platform that would focus its attentions on the cutting edge. So through IGF's UK-India Future Forum, we've made it our mission to convene and advance emerging disruptive technology in the UK-India corridor in areas including pharmaceuticals and pandemic preparedness, the green energy transition, AI, and defence and security. A few examples that we've been placing a spotlight on include the Serum Institute and Oxford University's collaboration to roll out new malaria vaccines in Africa, Zydus Pharmaceuticals innovations like their ambient temperature epilepsy treatments, making those accessible to children in schools and the elderly in care homes. SR Energy Transition's vision to bring the world's leading green hydrogen cluster to England's northeast. And Octopus Energy's vision to build entire affordable green energy value chains. And in quantum, we'll soon be signing an exciting MOU mapping value chains between the UK and India to help move that frontier from theory through to business applicability at pace. I would also like to extend a sincere thanks to all of our sponsors, members, knowledge partners, and other key stakeholders for their support in making this fascinating and important work possible. And last but not least, another special thank you to Ian for opening up this wonderful venue for us and for his generosity and flexibility across the condensed planning process since our first meeting. Apologies again for the late start. I understand there's some live trade negotiations going on as we speak. I hope you all enjoy today's forum, and I'm delighted now to welcome Ian to the stage.
How did you figure out? Well, good morning, everyone. And it's a great honour to have you all here today, and particularly you, Minister. I'm delighted in three ways. First of all, because of the deal between the UK and India. Secondly, because you're here when your diary is extraordinary. But the greatest honour is you're in my home. And thank you for being here. I'm really delighted to be here. And I should say that actually, people in the Science Museum are quite anxious about something, because I go to India a lot. And every time I come back, apparently I'm impossibly ambitious and full of energy. So thank you. India is keeping me alive. I just wanted to say a few words, particularly because today is focused on science and technology, about the really rich relationship between our two countries, which is already thriving and which has great potential well beyond free trade agreements. Let me just give you some examples, if I may. First of all, there's the UK-India Science and Innovation Partnership roadmap, and amazing things that are being achieved underneath that umbrella, particularly the Technology Security Initiative, which focuses on collaboration in critical and emerging technologies across priority sectors for both our countries: telecoms, critical minerals, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum, biotechnology and health tech, and advanced materials. Also, the great institutions that we both enjoy. So 2 seconds that way is Imperial College, one of the greatest universities in the world. And they've just launched a science hub in Bengaluru to accelerate collaboration in AI, semiconductors, health tech, clean tech, and also advanced materials. And that builds on 170 million of joint UK-India funding over several years, over 5 years. But also the thing that really strikes me, because I spend a lot of my life in Brazil and China and Saudi Arabia and Australia, is that although today is about the bilateral relationship, what we're doing together is of incredible global significance. It's not just about our two countries. And so, as was already mentioned, there are so many examples: climate change, pandemic preparedness, clean energy, and equitable access to technology. Of course, one of the great successes of our two countries is around the vaccine, the Serum Institute, Oxford University, AstraZeneca, and of course, 1 billion doses of COVID shield. And the reason I particularly focus on that is in recent years, we have toured an amazing exhibition around the whole of India and China with the National Council of Science Museums, celebrating what actually India achieved with the Serum Institute. And you know, it was seen by 5 million people. And that means hundreds of thousands of Indian school children and me being interviewed in every possible language that's spoken in India, which for me was a revelation. But there's a serious point there, because obviously our passion is not only the technology we'll talk about today, but also education and storytelling. And let me just dwell on that word, because I've just come back from the wonderful Waves Summit in Mumbai. And what I thought was so inspiring was Prime Minister Modi's comment in his speech that although the technology mattered, the reason that India would be a great powerhouse in the creative industries is its deep civilization and its amazing track record of storytelling. Never underestimate. And I thought the Prime Minister's speech was brilliant and barnstorming, but also really spoke to my heart. And that leads me, the one thing I should also mention, which is having witnessed the UK and India sign a cultural collaboration agreement around culture. And I was in Delhi for the wonderful ceremony at which that was achieved. But I also saw something that sums up why India and Britain are such wonderful countries. Because after the agreement was signed, how did we celebrate? We went out onto the lawn of the National Gallery in Delhi and we had afternoon tea together. And that's why we are the 2 greatest countries in the world. Now, I think in a moment, I know the Minister may be called off, but in a moment I am going to have a briefing conversation with the Minister. Is he actually... He will be here, exactly. We will allow the Minister just to... Exactly. But... Yeah. There will be, as they say, a brief intermission whilst we wait for the Minister and his many mobile telephones to do another deal. But can I also, as I have 2 minutes, just also say to you, Manoj, it's been amazing joy to get to know you and your team and your passion for the UK and India relationship, but also for the Science Museum. You've been a great friend to us, which is why when asked whether I would do this, I didn't raise an eyebrow, because I thought, how thrilling. And just looking at the quality of people here today, I'm really delighted you're in my home, and I hope that we have a great day here. So we'll have a brief pause, and then hopefully the Minister will re-emerge. See you in a moment.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice,
Minister, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Minister, what a great joy that you're here. And I know there are other countries in the world the trade with India. But listen, thank you so much. It's a great honour to spend some time with you. If I may, let me ask you some questions which are partly about the trade deal, but also generally about the UK and India. And the reason I say that is that I lost my temper with someone at dinner the other night. They were talking about working in India, and they said, you know, probably we'll do that at the next stage of the trade deal. And I said, I don't think you understand. You can get on a plane and talk to India now about many things. So let me ask you this question. If I think of, you know, what's very striking when I spend time in India is the huge investment that your country's making in digital public infrastructure, manufacturing and green technologies. How do you see that Britain might, with its scientists but also investors, actually be part of that ambition?
Thank you very much, Sir Ian, and I'm extremely sorry, but we've been in the midst of a lot of uncertainty all over the world. And therefore, I've been up almost half the night till 2 o'clock. Got back up at 6:30 in the morning for the first call of the day. But I still did my Hyde Park walk, by the way. To your question, I think a free trade agreement also adds value to science and technology and innovation. A trade agreement is not only about opening the doors wider for bilateral trade in goods or in services, or even promoting investments. A free trade agreement demonstrates to the world that the two countries are friends, are allies, plan to work together closely, they trust each other. There's potential to work together because there will be stability, there'll be continuity, there'll be predictability in the relationship. And of course, the trade agreement also covers things like the intellectual property rights. So when we do co-creation or co-design of any new technologies, you have the confidence that the IPR also gets strong protections. You have the confidence that you will be getting justice from any kind of misuse. So I think science and technology is something which will benefit. And India has chosen that over the next 10 to 15 years, we are going to massively invest in our innovation ecosystem. Government will be supporting people who wish to go down that route in India through subsidies, through grants, through long tenor funding. And our idea is that India should be at the cutting edge of technology. India should start providing the world, just like we did in the digital public infrastructure, newer and newer innovations coming out of the talent that we have in India. And I also believe innovation done in India will happen at a fraction of the cost at which innovation will happen anywhere else in the world. So with your salary levels, and if you don't mind my saying so, with a lack of, I'm being as nice as I can, with a lack of adequate young talent is what I'm stressing on.
Yeah.
You have a lot of talent otherwise, Sir Ian, but young talent is what I'm talking about. And with the fact that the costs of any work that has to be done in America, in Europe, or the highly developed countries with high per capita incomes, makes that cost at least 10x of what it would be in a country like India. So should somebody be willing to put in, as the government of India is, about $12-13 billion which we have decided to put into innovation from the government, we are actually investing almost $150 billion worth of innovation coming out of India. And post the COVID pandemic, the world has woken up to a new reality. The world has woken up that if we could do so much working out of home, and sadly I'm told there are many parts of the world, I don't know much about UK, but there are many parts of the world where people have still not got back to the office. Either they're doing hybrid working, they come into the office once or twice a week, if at all they do, which leads us to believe that then why the hell should they be moving people into the developed world and struggling with immigration and mobility and all of that? Might as well just do the work in India, leverage the huge talent and youthful population, and get that innovation to serve the world. So that's the direction in which the Indian government is going. I think it's a win-win for friends and allies like the UK and India, and possibly Oxford would benefit a lot by doing the next vaccine research in India.
Very clever answer. Just to reassure you, I'm in the office 8 days a week, Minister. Yeah, that's why I instantly feel I like you so much. But let's just dwell on that. I mean, and in terms of India's ambitions, I mean, in terms of the global picture, manufacturing, supply chains, I mean, India has some pretty seismic ambitions. Just speak a bit more about that in terms of the global trading system and where India is going to be in that.
When I look at India's current contribution to global trade, it clearly demonstrates a huge possibility to grow in the future. Over the last few years, our focus on quality and better quality standards so that India is recognized world over as a producer of quality goods or supplier of quality services. Our focus on creating capacities to scale, our focus on entering into robust trade agreements with the developed world. There was a point of time 15 years ago when we were more focused on doing agreements with really countries who are our competitors. So if I do an ASEAN agreement with Indonesia and Malaysia and Vietnam and Thailand and Cambodia and Laos, which was done 15 years ago before we came into government, it really is silly because I am giving or opening up my market to my competitors, and many of whom have now become the B team of China. So effectively and indirectly I've opened up my market for goods that find their way from China into India. Instead of that, what this government is focusing on is having robust agreements as we did with Australia and are now negotiating with New Zealand, another 3 or 4 months. What we did with UAE and are now close to closing a second in the Gulf and may possibly start with other members of the Gulf region, rich countries. What we did with UK and with the 4 EFTA countries, Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein and Switzerland, and are in active dialogue with the European Union. We are in dialogue with the United States of America. We are in dialogue with Peru, Chile, countries with whom we don't compete, with whom we complement each other, where they have certain things to offer which India would love to have, as with the UK agreement, and we have certain things on offer which don't hurt their economies. In any case, I suspect you're not going to be able to make, jeans in the United States or Switzerland or Europe or even UK at anywhere near the price at which we can do it in India. But then I may not be able to possibly make a medical device as smart and efficient and at the cost with the innovation that you already have done on it. And therefore, these agreements will help us grow as an economy, help our innovation ecosystem get the right equipment, the right enabling environment, and our effort is collaborate, co-create, cooperate, co-design. Let's work together as friends and allies of the democratic world.
Wow, that's very inspiring. Can I pick on some of the things you said there? I have many obsessions, but one of my obsessions is about health and medical innovation. And when I go to India, I just constantly meet the most amazing people in biotech, in pharmaceutical, and a whole range of things. And already there's a very strong scientific relationship in that sphere. But I'm chairing a panel this afternoon with a very controversial title. And the title is, Can India Save the National Health Service? And I tell you what, but my serious point is that actually there's so much innovation in India. I wonder what you think in terms of, I mean, I have a joke you will understand. You spend 5 minutes with Kira Mazumdar-Shaw and you believe that actually India will help me live another 100 years. She's promised me that, Minister. She promised me.
May I pass on the mic to Harshit or Sir Richard, who's there? Because this is a subject that I have discussed at length with the United Kingdom government. I think it's become too much of a political hot potato in your country. And therefore, taking a decision on this matter may be politically very difficult given the kind of vitiated climate all of us in democracies today face. Otherwise, what you say makes a lot of eminent sense. I mean, I'm told, and I may not be entirely correct, but you would know better, that if you need a dentist appointment today, you may actually land up getting one after a month. I don't know how far that's true or not true, or if you need a serious heart surgery, you may not get one in 24 hours, it may take you longer. Whereas India, a 9-hour flight away, can actually, including the cost of travel and any other cost that may be incurred, provide you all of these services wherever the NHS is with long queues or long delays. We can help provide that at a fraction of the cost, much smarter and better, without causing any job losses in UK. In fact, again, only supplementing and complementing the effort so that the citizens of United Kingdom and the residents of the UK live a healthier and happier life. I mean, I know that a toothache or a kidney stone problem can be literally worse than labor pain.
Yeah.
But, well, you just pump the patient with painkillers, or with your innovation and smarter emitting pain patches, what's that, painkiller patches, maybe you can do it more efficiently. But every chemical that you're putting into a patient ultimately has some reaction somewhere or the other. I'm not a doctor. I'm a simple little chartered accountant. But even I know that these chemicals do us no good. So I think it would make a lot of eminent sense, but we will need to have a political environment in which one can discuss these things, or even partially start looking at only those areas where we can cooperate without at all, I can guarantee you, hurting any jobs or any elements of your local industry.
You see, that's so interesting, Minister, because you used a very interesting phrase when you talked about co-developing. And I think that must surely be a clue here, that in terms of the narrative about cooperation, it's about joint enterprise with some of these solutions. Can I just, well, as time presses on, we had a very, because one of the key things in medicine is about really understanding big data and its implications for our lives. And some of us were at a breakfast this morning with Rishi Sunak, who said something very funny, but led to a bigger question. So in Britain, 60% of people are very anxious about artificial intelligence. And in India, 60% of people are really excited about, but his serious point was that actually the power of our two countries to achieve two very difficult things. One is to really embrace the potential of AI, but also the ethics of AI as well, because we are two great democracies. I wonder, what do you think might be the opportunities for Britain and India in terms of the next industrial revolution?
Sir Ian, I think artificial intelligence is an area that India is absolutely going to adopt. is going to bring into our working. We do not see this as an area of concern that will lead to job losses. In fact, given our talent in the country, I think this will open up many, many more avenues to help the world in terms of data, in terms of decoding new possibilities with AI. So we are only looking at it as a need to retrain our people, to reskill our talent, but adopt it, look for regulation to provide for ethical use of AI, and safeguard against misuse. And misuse can be terrible through AI with all the fake videos going around, the fake tweets going around, and all the memes in the system. Very often the cheating that's happening with people getting videos which seem very genuine but are totally false, and people may be skimmed off their money or whatever using such fake videos. So there are serious concerns. But to solve those concerns also you need the human mind.
Yeah.
So end of the day, as just like me, most Indians are convinced the human mind will always be supreme. You get the best of AI, the human mind has created it and will be able to tame it, and ultimately will be superior to any kind of AI. That I'm absolutely sure. And for anybody who's not convinced can watch the last Star Wars movies or whatever has come out. Or even Mission Impossible for that matter.
Minister, I like you more and more. I'm also a chartered accountant, and I also like science fiction. Why has it taken so long for us to meet?
That's wonderful. But I want to add one small element to this. Artificial intelligence has one big danger which has not yet been recognized, I think, adequately. And an august and distinguished group of friends like in this room should reflect on it, I think. I remember when I was doing my chartered accountancy and computers had just got introduced in the 80s. I'm revealing my age also. At that time, I was taught a computer is effectively garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you feed in, you'll get a version of a mashed version of that or a processed version for your use. We all know bots, and we've seen how bots can be used to influence Twitter trends, social media, and all of that. Now just try to imagine if somebody were to fill the databases on any particular area of interest, maybe health, or maybe an innovative product. If somebody was to fill in huge amounts of nonsense into databases through intelligent means, maybe even using artificial intelligence, to feed in that data in a very intelligent way, we could actually come out with results which could be threatening, which could be dangerous, which could lead to serious consequences for people, or where people are using Grok or ChatGPT or anything, coming out with results, believing them to be true since a lot of people have started depending on that, and making mistakes. So I would strongly recommend that none of us should get so carried away by AI that we start believing everything that's written under a AI question or a AI inquiry. So I do believe the human mind will ultimately play an increasingly important role. We saw that happening at every point of time. When computers came in, the fear of job losses initially, but ultimately more efficiency and effective working leading to more jobs. The Y2K bug, 99-2000, India was at the forefront of providing solutions because you guys wanted solutions. I still remember at that time I used to laugh at the fears of the world, something like asterisks and obliques. Everybody thought the sky is going to fall on their head. But end of the day, while nothing happened on 1st of January 2000, the Indian IT industry never looked back after that. It was a one-way street up. And today is a $500 billion ecosystem in India. And now with artificial intelligence, we can see a very, very similar situation emerging.
Yeah, wow. A final question and comment, because I know you're very busy. Just to say, you know, so our kind of admiration for the work that you and our British colleagues have done on the free trade deal. It's so much hard work. But also, I want to check I heard something that you said correctly, because when it was announced, there was a lot of noise in the newspapers and the media. And you said something that I thought was very, very interesting. You said, this is a great trade deal, but it's a floor, not the ceiling. And I hope I heard you right, because I know you've got a lot to do, but I look forward to the second trade deal.
Well, I think we must all recognize that relationships are not made on the day you enter into your marriage vows. It starts from there. So I think the United Kingdom and India, two major democracies, two countries with a shared history, strong traditional bonds, rich heritage, are two partners who are destined to do much more together. And this trade deal will be the beginning of a journey. I think as it evolves, as businesses start seeing benefits out of it, as more and more people start finding the virtues of a very fair, equitable, and balanced arrangement that has been made between two very different economies. End of the day, one must respect that this was a 1.4 billion people market doing a trade deal with a 70 million people market. You must recognize that today, India is a $2,500, $3,000 per capita income country. But aspiring tomorrow to grow from a $4 trillion to $32 trillion economy in the next 22 years. By 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence from you.
We were doing so well.
But the UK, also a $4 trillion almost today, does not have the same potential in the next 22 years or even thereafter. So we had to create a balance, and that is what I think has been very smartly achieved between both the governments. As we are all aware, a lot of the negotiations took place in the erstwhile government. I must commend the current government for having committed to me well before your election, encouraging me to close the deal with the previous government. Believe me, encouraging me that you're free to close the deal with the previous government, and whatever you finalize, should we come into power, we will honor. And after coming back into government after a long hiatus, the Labour government has not backtracked on almost anything, or rather, why do I even use the word almost? Has not backtracked on anything that was pre-negotiated before the election, and has only built upon it, which I would like to respectfully submit is truly the strength of the UK democracy. I commend all of you for that, and I'd like to commend both your political parties for that maturity that they have shown. I wish we had an opposition equally mature who wouldn't come to your land and to Oxford University and run down his own nation. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll all agree we've had a wonderful time with the Minister. We've discovered not only is an epic, compassionate negotiator, he's also a science fiction fan and actually a man with a great sense of humour. But joking apart, it's been a great privilege to have you here and have your words of wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I think a rousing round of applause for the Minister. Thank you very much. That was great. Very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a fascinating way to start all of our discussions today. And we're going to pick up straight away on one of those big themes, how we embrace the power and opportunity of AI and make sure we can do so whilst building trust and transparency as well. And that is the subject of our first panel discussion for today. I'll introduce you to my panel in just a second, but first let me welcome to the stage Professor Selva Pankaj, who's the Chief Executive of Regents London, to talk about some of those issues. Welcome. Nice to see you. Come on up.
Thank you.
Please take a seat.
Thanks.
Maybe on here. Good to see you. We will open up this discussion to some of the others in just a second, but I want to start with you because I want to start right at the beginning about the education element, and that's where you come into this, isn't it? For those who don't know, Regents is an education and investment organisation. Talk to me, therefore, about where the education element comes in, because you're a big advocate for mixing sort of natural learning and artificial intelligence, and where the two coincide. Just start us at the beginning.
Good.
Keep trying. Are we on there?
Do they need to put the...
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Just on the thing, Ben, the human race have evolved over many years, and then now what we have at the moment is something, the machine learning is going to evolve the artificial intelligence. As the minister said, I don't think we need to worry about this. First of all, to say it is a fantastic tool, and this tool is going to really accelerate the future. And then the way that India is embracing, as Rishi was saying earlier, the 60% is something we should really, really take it forward. So education so far has been very much an outside in. So in the Industrial Revolution, what we needed to learn was various things about aspects that we need to learn, because we didn't have these super intelligent tools were emerging at the time. So therefore, in the Industrial Revolution, what the education system has done is absolutely right. But we are not on the Industrial Revolution. We're in the verge of a technology revolution. The super technology is going to be far greater than us on some aspects, not on all aspects, as the minister was alluding to. And in Stanford, we do this great research on AI and NI. We mash that together, or we merge that together, something called the intelligent augmentation. So education is on the brink of that, because to embrace this, get the humans to really become good at, and something we call an inside-out education. So those are the skills of will, your imagination. You know, we thought memory was only for us, and the animals didn't have memory. Not anymore. There are other creatures have got far more memory than that. But the will, the imagination, the intuition, I mean, some decisions making are not just made on numbers. It's made on, as we heard, on relationships, on intuition. So these are inner human abilities. The education should do it. And if they don't, I think there's a lost opportunity.
And given the different perceptions as outlined by Rishi Sunak, by the Minister just now, you know, between, if we take the UK and India as the two examples here, how do you change how education is offered based on those different perceptions? Because if you've already got a captive audience who are saying, this is a great opportunity, give me the tools to make the best of it, versus it strikes me in the UK and other places, you might be simply educating for dispersing fear rather than using it as an opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an evolution rather than a revolution. I think nothing is going to change overnight, like that the minister referred to, 1st of January, nothing is going to change. So we've got to really take this very slowly, because humans are all programmed, whether it's our language, whether it's our culture, what we believe in, these were all programmed. And now we'll have to reprogram them. And the reprogramming will take time. But I think there is a massive opportunity to really embrace this technology, because we are only looking at AI with words now, with large language models purely on words. And if you look at the latest research, where in Stanford, they are going into 2D and 3D, which is the large world models, we can say, because we don't learn on words. Yeah. We learn on pictures, and that's why we remember things. So this whole reinforcement learning and everything, AI is going to be a fantastic tool, but we've got to figure out who we are. At the moment, the problem is we just followed this old method, and this is a new world. And if you still follow the old method, and we are in education now, and I believe it's not just about the answers, it's about asking the right questions. And then when you get the answer, it's an iterative process. Keep on asking the right questions, and that's the change.
And then in this new world, do we have to reconsider what we deem intelligence to be?
Absolutely. I think, whether we call it artificial, we call it natural intelligence, human intelligence, these are all human construct. When it was invented, there's nothing artificial about it. And to be honest, it's supernatural or supernormal, whatever the intelligence is, this AI. So because we called something 50 years ago, and then we can't just say, there's nothing artificial. There's nothing artificial about it. This is a super intelligence which is coming. The way they learn, the way the algorithm works, the way the brain works is very internal and one. But these machines works collectively in seconds. So these guys are far more smarter than us, and we must embrace it. And I think it was quite encouraging. India is doing 60% on a positive growth mindset. And it's very sad and we feel that in the UK, and I think it's a great opportunity. Maybe put the 60-60 together, divide by 2, and get a good average.
I wonder, therefore, how, given what you do, you navigate that line between natural intelligence and artificial intelligence, and where in your models and the way you run the business, how do you get that split right? You've got to build trust whilst also harnessing the power.
I think we are in the university sector here. So the university's assessment methodologies, those are all outside in, and we've got to respect that. And these are credit bearing. We can't change it overnight. So we'll have to change it slowly. So what we also do is something called inside out education, which are non-credit bearing. The world is not just looking for pieces of papers now. The world is looking for skills and ability to change and make decisions. So therefore, I think we mix that quite well. So we've done a lot of research, as we call it, NI and AI. And then we are drip feeding that to our students and wider world. We work with Duke of Edinburgh, 130 countries, these ideas are going, and this is where Manoj and I met. And Manoj was very excited. Oh, what's this all about? And I think the credit goes to Stanford, some of the great teachers who inspired me, and in Harvard, Clay Christensen, who first told me, Selva, if you really want to figure out how the life works, go and study the natural laws. Being another chartered accountant, I thought I only know double entry, but it took me some time to figure out. But it's fantastic, it's positive. I think that's the message we need to say. Because we don't understand something doesn't mean that's bad. And I think the best way to say is ignorance comes from ignoring the facts. If you go and see the facts rather than just listen to somebody else, AI is nothing wrong with it. There are safeguardings like anything, but we must embrace it.
And I'll come on to that in a second. I want to open up the panel as well. If I can welcome up to join us here, Rajat Dhawan, who's the CTO at Soho House in London. Rajat, welcome. Daniel D'Souza, co-founder of Dream Set Go, and also Priya Guha, venture partner at Merion Ventures. Hi, nice to see you. Grab a seat on here. Hi, lovely to see you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi.
Nice to
you
see
are nodding.
Good to see you all. So we've touched there a little bit on education. There's so many other applications of this, and we know that. Priya, let me start with you here, if I can, as well, because we talk about trust and transparency, and of course that is the aim. It's not that easy. There is reticence, there is nervousness, there is fear. How do we embrace the power of AI whilst also making sure that we're really cognizant of the concerns that people have quite clearly, as we've heard once again this morning?
I think the reality is, as Selva just very eloquently explained, is that there is so much power and opportunity in AI. We as societies, we as leaders in societies would be remiss not to find ways to bring society along with us on that journey of bringing AI into areas like education or all of the sectors that we have across our economy. But the problem is we have to recognize we have a societal base, and the minister was teasing us in the UK earlier of having a slightly older population than those of you in India. But the reality is we have a societal base where people do not have that background in these technologies.
Yep.
And as we all know, things that are unknown feel scary, they feel intimidating. And we've not done a great job collectively, I think, about saying, well, actually, this is good for you, and this is why we think it's good for you, but we're also going to work with you to help you upskill, and then also get to a point where we are putting the right frameworks to make sure that these technologies are being developed appropriately.
What do you think that looks like, that education piece, to say, look, we're going to hold your hand through this. It's transformative, but we've got your back?
Well, the Prime Minister in the UK last week just announced a huge investment as part of the spending review, the budget process for the UK government, in exactly that skills education piece. So looking at everything comprehensively from sort of K-12 education right through to lifelong education, in partnership with the big companies who are thinking about AI, looking at AI in their businesses, to find out how do we make sure that anyone, whether it's in a school curriculum or whether it's somebody who is 30 years in a career and is completely terrified about the prospect of AI taking away their job rather than thinking about how AI could enhance their job, is brought up to speed, has that education, has that skills base, and can then see and take advantage of the opportunities of an AI economy.
So let's talk about those applications in businesses, both with Rajat and with Daniel. Rajat, let me start with you, because it strikes me at Soho House, it's an organisation built around trust and discretion and privacy, but also about embracing AI, and I know you're using it increasingly in the business. Talk to me about what that process looks like, how you strike that right balance.
Yeah, it's an important aspect for us, both from a member experience perspective, because clearly AI has the potential to significantly improve member experience, both digitally as well as in the physical spaces that we have. And also from a back office perspective, using automation to improve productivity. But I think the one thing that permeates all of these decisions is not just kind of the government frameworks, but over and above that, our brand. The relationship that our business has with our members, our customers, and making sure that we never cross those boundaries. So looking at things like, zero-party data. So rather than inferring or guessing what our members might like, we actually ask our members for their interests and use that information. Second is making sure that we have collected proper consent and we communicate clearly to our members in terms of how are we using machine learning, AI, or automation to improve that experience. And then making sure that there is a holistic look at every AI innovation or technology that we have, which includes people from legal, from security, data privacy, technology, as well as the business. So collectively making sure that we're not missing out on anything, and making sure that we put our brand over and above government frameworks.
And as Priya says, it's about making that educational piece, the explanation that this is for your benefit. You will benefit from this, because I suppose a lot of transformations in technology that we've seen recently seem to be at the benefit of the organisation and not necessarily the customer. So how do you communicate that to members and say, look, embrace this, it will work out better for you in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a balance, right? Which is, obviously a business is typically there to make money, but it's not necessarily that it's at the cost of, poor member experience or kind of, having lack of privacy of data or lack of security. And what we've been able to do through, for example, providing recommendation engines to our members is that means that they actually can see events that are more relevant to them. So relevance means, obviously, to them, there's better experience, so that they don't have to search for certain things. And to us, what that means is stickiness, more engagement, more footfall, and therefore sales. So by combining things that are both commercially lucrative as well as, right from the member's perspective, we can easily find those overlaps. And when there isn't an overlap, obviously, there is a discussion on that doesn't really happen.
And then, Daniel, I mean, talk to me about the application in your business, because I'd say you're sort of at that intersection, aren't you, between sport and travel. Two industries ripe for change, as many are from AI. Where do you sit on getting that balance right? And what does it mean for you? So if I travel with you, what would that look like?
For us, I think AI isn't a tool, right? We look at it as a lens to combine sports, travel, and aspiration. I think that's how we look at it from our customer mind. And just imagine me, telling you where you're going to actually go to see the next match without you even asking me. I mean, that's where AI will get us to, right? And for our business, because we largely focus on HNI, ultra HNI, luxury travel bit, it's no more about availability, right? It's more about us being able to give an experience that he's already thinking about. It's not about the clicks, but it's about intent that AI will help us navigate through. So we're able to actually offer him an experience which will make all the differentiation for the customer. I think that's where AI will get us to.
And this isn't just about selecting the destination and getting there and how you get them there. This is about when they're there.
When they're there.
Explain that for me. What change might they see?
Yeah, for example, a lot of focus is around hyper-personalization, right? So just to give you an example of how Formula One does it with AWS, where they have used toolings of AI and machine learning to look at driver dashboards, look at how tire strategies happen, to give them more information about creating their own dashboards on the app, giving that whole personalized experience depending on who's their favorite team, who's their favorite driver, and things like that. So that level of personalization which we'll get into. And from our business, it also helps us in predicting demand and also managing capacities in that true sense. That's why AI plays a significant role as well.
Priya, a lot of what you do as well is not only investing, but finding the businesses of tomorrow. And we know this is changing so quickly. How do you make a bet on the right thing here? And how do you make sure that this is inclusive? I'm thinking particularly as well about underrepresented groups, minority groups that can be left behind in this big space race. How do you make sure that those investments are in the right place and that you put in the money in things that are inclusive?
So there's two angles to this. I think there's inclusivity as a challenge, i.e., if you're developing a medical device using artificial intelligence, and your data set is biased because it's only representative of a very small sample of the population, you're going to develop a product that has inbuilt biases, and that's something that we absolutely need to avoid and is sort of very much front and center for people thinking about medical AI. But if you flip that to the question of opportunity, I think inclusivity is often seen through the wrong lens. I see it through the lens that actually there are so many applications of technologies like artificial intelligence that have a huge market for people who've not yet been at the table for that. So we've seen that in, for example, the ability of the India stack to be exported to the global south, and actually how that's brought in a huge range of new players into the economy across the global south. But we've also seen it in areas like, for example, using computer vision to aid the experience of a blind person, being able to navigate our streets. And when you think of actually these things as both an empowerment tool, so better for our societies, but frankly, from a purely business commercial lens, a huge market opportunity. You have a very, very different way to think about the inclusivity in innovation sector.
And from an investment point of view, how rare is it that it seemingly is a win-win? Because we might traditionally think that you can't have it all. You can't have your cake and eat it. But actually, are these great examples of where this is a win-win? It's a good economic decision, and it's a good societal decision too.
For me, inclusive innovation across the board is a win-win, because you're doing something that has historically been overlooked, so from a commercial lens is an opportunity. But secondly, you're also doing something that has immense potential for societal good. And what's not to like about that, Ben?
Yeah, exactly. Professor Selva, talk to me about the collaboration across borders, because we see these different perceptions, but some of the big ideas are quite clearly cross-border. Is there enough collaboration, do you think, in this space?
I think so. I think my view on this is a very complex problem. And sometimes for a complex problem, we try to get a simple answer. I know we like to get things simplicity, but simplicity is nothing to do with simple answers. So therefore, I think there's cultures, there is acceptance, there is age, as we heard it earlier on, and therefore it is a very complex thing. So it comes back to the basics. First, understand the basics about AI, and I think there's a huge amount of misunderstanding there. And I think get the basic facts right, whatever the age group is, whatever the culture is, and then understand who you are as a human, natural intelligence. Put it together, which we call it IA, which is intelligent augmentation. It will change. So the collaboration it's a situational decision making. So therefore, it needs to happen slowly. That's what I would say. I think it is happening. I mean, events like today is a testament of that collaboration between India and UK. But I think it'll happen over time.
And Rajat, talk to me about the business, because you operate in so many different countries. Do you find very different experiences of what you're trying to roll out and the reluctance / acceptance of those technologies in different markets?
From a consumer perspective? Generally not. And that's because the work that we're doing with our consumers is typically around, it's about convenience. So convenience to book, for example. It's about hyper-personalization, making sure that what our members are seeing and receiving is relevant to them. So those concepts permeate through geographies and through cultures. Obviously, in every country that we operate, we make sure that things like GDPR or the AI Act, and those kind of things are definitely adhered to. But typically our standards are higher than that, and therefore from a regulatory perspective, we definitely tick the box. And our kind of focus is how do we make member experience even better through AI to make sure their experience is better, and hopefully there is more footfall and sales for us.
And so that's from a consumer point of view. Operationally, do you find differences?
Operationally, also with the work that we are doing, typically not. I mean, a lot of our operational AI and automation is in things like finance, in HR, legal, procurement, etc. But again, we're using tried and tested automation to make things easier for our staff, so that as we scale our business and kind of grow into new regions and open new houses, we can scale in a leaner manner.
And Daniel, similar question for you in terms of with the business, how do you navigate those different territories and how you apply things differently? Do you find different experiences or different sort of reception to those technologies depending where you're operating?
Yeah, I think, let's accept the fact AI is no more at an innovation lab, and it's gone beyond that. So it's in the grammar of stories of economies, of democracies, and it's also, in terms of what people do or aspire to do. So we can't do without AI. That's our sense, at least in India, where I come from. So the acceptance levels are very high in terms of, just to give you an example, in an experience that we create, we have a pre-event immersion experience, we have an on-ground expectation that the client has, and a post-storytelling experience that the client has, right? So we use AI in all these three forms to give that whole, and customers truly appreciate it.
And what's the hardest bit to get right?
I think on-ground navigation, because there are a lot of uncontrollables in your end. Suppose we are at a stadium, you can't actually get that perfectly right. So some infrastructure has those facilities, some doesn't have. So in those situations we struggle, but and India still has a long way to go in terms of building that infrastructure. But otherwise, in most countries that we take clients to, we surely are able to manage that.
Thank you all. We're going to keep these sessions short, not least because it's boiling up here. So as always, I say at these things, this is just a shop window for any of our speakers. So do find them in the room over lunch at the networking drinks if you have further questions or want to talk to any of them. But I want to say thank you to our panel. I'm also going to introduce you to Roger Highfield, who's an author, science journalist, broadcaster, and science director here at the Science Museum, who's going to guide you through the next panel. But please thank my panel. Thanks so much. Thank you. We want to do a quick picture. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ben, for that introduction. And we're here for Strategic Tech and Sovereign Power, UK-India geopolitics in the digital age. And with me, I've got two very distinguished guests. Dr. Vijay Chaudhary, who's the head of foreign affairs for India's BJP, a molecular biologist by training, a foreign policy strategist by calling, who brings a unique perspective on how technologies from AI to deep tech are becoming tools of diplomacy for national development and strategic influence for India. And then Sir Oliver Dowden, former UK Deputy Prime Minister, Parliamentary Chair of the Conservative Friends of India, a leading voice on digital security and national resilience. And Sir Oliver's played a key role in shaping the UK's approach to technology, sovereignty, infrastructure protection, and its Indo-Pacific posture. And obviously we've got here the New Delhi and the Westminster perspective. And, you know, it's a really exciting time as semiconductors are strategic assets. AI is reshaping not only economies, but the very nature of sovereignty, even truth. And, you know, we're at a very interesting juncture. So let's just start off with a sort of general overview. Maybe, Vijay, I hope you can hear me, actually. Yeah. My microphone's cutting out a little bit. How do, for you, strategic technology partnerships, such as those as the UK, you know, contribute to India's broader diplomatic and economic ambitions?
Thanks for inviting me here. Historically speaking, India was denied access to technology during Cold War. And India has found a ways to overcome those restrictions. The classic example was the supercomputer. When supercomputer sale was denied by US, India has built its own supercomputer. And then there are several such examples. This is on one side. Second is also, India has tried to innovatively bypass some of the technological steps, ladders. Right. For example, classical way was from landline to mobile. But majority, 70–80% of Indians never had landline, and they immediately jumped on mobile and acquired it. And now the mobile technology is used for practically everything in India, including financial transaction. And third is based on India's niche skills and scale, we have developed the technologies which are not only beneficial to India, for example, India's digital stack, but also we are now offering it to many other countries. So at this level, I guess now India has come to a position where, and a vaccine is another example, where we have developed our own vaccine, and Oxford also, we manufactured a vaccine from Oxford. So India has now created its own niche place where it is ready to develop the technologies and at the same time ready to collaborate with the emerging technologies such as AI and quantum computing with most of our partners, including UK. And I guess this is the major change that has taken place in last 10 years.
Yeah. In fact, strangely enough, I was in Jaipur a couple of months ago at the JLF festival, talking about digital twins, and my co-author had just done a tour of India and pointed out that actually per capita there was much better mobile phone adoption in India compared with the UK, and that's one very important step towards sort of rolling out these kind of technologies. So India's already ahead of us in a sense.
Yeah. And also now in AI, India, there is a government-private partnerships. Government is funding some of the startups in AI who are creating large language model for the Indian dialects and Indian languages.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we have some 24 odd official languages, and there are so many hundreds of dialects. So the standard model which are developed by OpenAI, etc., they don't work in the vernacular languages. So India is developing specific technologies for our own needs also.
So Oliver, let's bring you in here because there's clearly deepening ties. We've got the trade agreement, but of course there's a big link. There's a sort of dual side to advanced technology. It's always tied up with national security. So how far realistically can we go in working with India, on critical strategic areas like telecoms and quantum and so on?
Well, look, first of all, I think in terms of the UK-India relationship, I've seen it evolve over my 15 years in government. So I started off, when I walked into Downing Street in 2010 as David Cameron's Deputy Chief of Staff, India was a key relationship for us. But by the time I left as Rishi Sunak's Deputy Prime Minister, India had become, for the UK, a totally pivotal relationship. And that, I'm glad to see, has been taken forward with the trade relationship that's been agreed by the new government. And I think there is huge possibility for further and deepening cooperation in the field of science and technology. And as we look at a world that has evolved, as we see increasing cooperation between countries like Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, it becomes more incumbent for us to build relationships amongst like-minded nations. Yeah, yeah. And I think the fact that the United Kingdom and India share so much heritage, whether it's cultural, but more important things like the rule of law, openness, transparency, a commitment to scientific method, I think there's a huge potential for us to advance this. And I'll take just one example. When I was Digital Secretary of State, one of the difficult decisions I had to take was the role of Huawei, the Chinese tech company, in our 5G networks. And I ultimately took the decision based on advice from GCHQ and others that we had to remove Huawei from our 5G networks because of national security risks associated with that, and we did it in conjunction with the Americans.
Yeah.
And we came to looking at 5G substitutes, who else can provide networks, actually is very, very highly concentrated in just 2 or 3 providers. The solution to that didn't really lie in the United Kingdom being able to produce a complete 5G alternative. India, for all its huge strengths, would be some way away from providing a complete solution. But by diversification, and by diversification of 5G technology, so you can get bits of technology from the UK, bits of technology from India, we both could create alternative providers, but also, crucially, bring greater security and confidence because we have that diversity. And likewise, when I was chair of the National Security Council on Economic Security, one of the things that kept me awake at night was about the security of our supply chains, particularly the exposure of our supply chains to hostile foreign states. And in India, we have the opposite of that. We have a country where we can have confidence in having supply chains that go through India, and I hope and I know that India can have confidence in their supply chains going through the United Kingdom. And in that way, I think we're just in the foothills as we look at emergent technologies, whether they are AI, whether they're quantum, whether they're satellite, that the potential for collaboration amongst like-minded nations, also countries like Japan, Korea and other European countries, Canada and the US, of course, I think there's much, much further for us to go in this relationship.
So through diversity, we get this resilience. I mean, Vijay, what's your take on this? Because obviously the geopolitics are changing dramatically, not just the Russia-China axis, but obviously, dare I mention, Donald Trump is changing things on a daily basis. How important is it that we've got this relationship between India and the UK, and what more can we get out of it?
I think what has been said holds true very well, that we need trusted partnerships. And without that, no single country can develop the technology in its entirety, and the investments will be very big and it will become unaffordable. So such partnership with countries like UK, or for that matter US also, is a great importance for India. India has signed, for example, the deal during Biden administration about the emerging technologies, which is now recasted as a trust agreement. And the trust actually is the key word in that, and also it's the abbreviation of the new agreement. So I am sure that in the coming days, especially when the trade deal is over, there will be investment deal, there will be mobility issues will be solved, and we will have more and more partnerships between two countries.
So Oliver, you've obviously spent a long time nurturing this relationship through the Conservative Friends of India. What's your vision for this partnership? Where's it heading?
I think the sky's the limit. So just briefly to respond to what you were saying, Vijay, another area we can cooperate is on international standards. So for quite a while, the UK and others have been a bit asleep at the wheel and found that countries that are not so sympathetic to our world outlook are dominating the setting of standards. So as we look to setting of the standards, whether it's for 6G, whether it's for international standards on wider communications or quantum technology and so on, the UK and India collaborating in an international forum gives an opportunity for a win-win for both of us, because we can make sure the rules that underpin the next generation of technology are firmly rooted in our shared values of openness and transparency. I think we're also in a very unique position in the UK, and I see this in my own constituency. I have an enormous British Indian diaspora who are equally comfortable being in London as in Mumbai, Chennai, or New Delhi. And that ease and free movement between us means the opportunities for collaboration are vast. And if you look at some of our mutual strengths, particularly with human capital. So the UK has brilliant cutting-edge universities still setting the standards in the world in research and development. India has a near unparalleled pool of highly skilled labour and highly innovative companies. Equally, the UK has very niche innovative companies. Through that kind of collaboration, I think we have a huge potential to strengthen each other's economies in a very mutually beneficial way.
And Vijay, you were talking about India's take on AI, how some of the traditional or the best known models aren't fit for purpose in India. But that brings about there's a corollary to this, which is that emerging tech is changing very quickly, especially AI. Do you think that diplomacy and secure communications and all the rest of it is going to keep up with the technology revolution?
Yes, even in India now, the number of cyber crimes that have been taking place and the frauds is going up enormously. And therefore, cybersecurity, especially for the people who are using technology for some purposes, but otherwise they are technology naive. And there are a lot of examples that are coming up that people are kind of, they call it as a cyber jail. So, and exploiting the elderly people. So in all that respect, one side is the law enforcement, but also making your technology foolproof, so that even the people who are not technologically very literate can safely use it. And India has developed an example, for example, the UPI stack which India has developed, the financial transaction. The literally billions of transactions are taking place every month. And so far it is shown to be quite secure. So these are some of the good examples, but yes, it is a continuous battle between the fraudists and the regulators and the common man. So more the international collaboration is there in that respect, more will be the solutions we can afford to.
And Oliver, just in terms of strategic risks posed by things like AI, I mean, for example, I did an event in the museum last year. I talked to a professor who had a link with the US Air Force who said that there's no way that AI has got anything to do with nuclear weapons control because it's not deemed trustworthy enough at the moment. But we are getting more and more dependent on algorithms to run our lives. So how do you see the strategic risks that poses?
Well, I think this is an excellent example of where the UK and India can cooperate because there are two AI superpowers. There's the US and China, but then there's a group of countries that are very, very advanced in AI, and I think of the UK, India, UAE, and others. And particularly UK and India, we're facing the same challenges, which is how do we make AI work for our economy in terms of productivity and all the advances that can drive? How do we do it in an open and transparent society where we don't want to impose lots of restrictions on our citizens and we want to give them confidence over their data? But at the same time, how do we make sure that we protect and enhance our own capabilities against a backdrop of a risk? And I've always felt it was somewhat overstated about some of the risks around AI, but there is a group of risks around AI. So how do we balance all of those? And I think by working together on them, that we have a real potential to see a path through. So take, for example, the AI Safety Summit that Rishi Sunak, when he was Prime Minister, initiated. We worked very closely with the Indian government on that. We took a similar approach about wanting to have transparency about AI models, but at the same time wanting to crowd in both the capital of our countries and our cutting-edge research. And there's no way an individual state outside the US and China is going to be able to do that alone. It's only by this kind of collaboration that we're going to maximize the potential for our societies.
We've got time for a couple more questions. I suppose Vijay is a corollary to what Oliver's saying, which is we talked about the strategic risks, but to what extent are these emerging technologies tools of diplomacy for countries like India?
I think they are enormous importance because everything will surround towards technology. And technological solutions will bring new opportunities as well as new challenges. Maybe in case of security, maybe in case of health, public health, environment, you name it, and technology will be a solution. And also at the same time, as we see, there are a lot of unwanted elements who would like to undue advantage about technology and try to cheat the common people. So the government at any stage will have this dual responsibility to create a safe and secure environment so that technology's full benefit can be harvested. So I think technology is of enormous importance, and as he has said, we have to have a multilateral collaborations of the trusted partners to fully utilize it.
Okay. And Oliver, just to return to the kind of the bigger sort of God's eye view of geopolitics, do you think that India should that the UK should shift its attention more to its Indo-Pacific ambitions and away from transatlantic alliances, given the uncertainty on the other side of the pond?
No, the short answer is no. That we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So the US-UK relationship is deep and entrenched, and I've seen it at every level through military, defence and security cooperation, intelligence cooperation. It is the absolute cornerstone of the UK's defence and security. But at the same time, the United Kingdom has always been a global power. And secondly, if we are to succeed and prosper in the 21st century, we need to build deep relationships with like-minded countries around the world so we can cooperate on technology and we can cooperate on security. And as Deputy Prime Minister, I found myself having very constructive dialogues and real developments in our relationships with like-minded countries that believe in democracy, openness, rule of law, whether they are Japan, whether they are Canada, whether they're India, whether they're Korea, whether it's increasingly countries like Indonesia and elsewhere. It's only by developing those multilateral relationships that we can entrench and strengthen the values that have made our societies so prosperous. And if one country veers a little bit from the norm once in a while, our commitment to rule of law, openness, transparency, belief in the power of technology will keep on going, and those other countries can come back to us from time to time.
Okay, one last question for you both. We've only got 30 seconds to go. So just a quick response. If there's one domain, whether it's AI governance or cybersecurity, quantum computing, where the UK and India could lead globally together, what would that domain be? Perhaps Oliver, start with you.
I was hoping you'd ask me. It's not necessarily one where we can lead the world, but where we can form a partnership that is hugely beneficial to both of us, and that has to be artificial intelligence. And for me, artificial intelligence is somewhere between fire and electricity in terms of the impact it's going to have on every aspect of society, the way we live our lives, our national security. And we cannot allow the United Kingdom to become an also-ran after the US and China. And I believe that India is in exactly the same position. And the way we can make sure that we continue to influence global norms, that we continue to be at the cutting edge of this stuff, is by that collaboration, that clustering. And I think that's where the greatest potential lies.
And we've got a great historical role with the likes of Turing and Lovelace and Babbage and so on. So Vijay, do you agree, or do you?
I agree with you, and I will add another sector, which is healthcare.
Right.
Because maybe my personal bias, but I guess it's also a very important area, especially.
So India can save the NHS, you're saying. Excellent. Look, thank you so much, Vijay and Oliver. Brilliant answers, and do give them a warm hand of applause. Really great. Thank you. And now we've got to quickly segue on to our next session, where we're going to focus, thank you so much, both of you, on the real quantum superposition. Oh, hang on, should I stand up for this? Just got to do the official photo opportunity here. There we are. It hasn't happened unless it's on Instagram, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let me, we're actually at a very interesting time indeed, as the UK is committing 121 million to sharpen its quantum edge. We're at a pivotal moment where the challenge isn't just building quantum systems, it's protecting the IP and ensuring that the advances can be transferred across borders and sectors without any frictional compromise. So we've got two very distinguished speakers today. First of all, let me welcome Ollie Whitehouse, who's the CTO of the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, who's leading the charge on securing our digital future in a post-quantum world. And then Dr. Subodh Kulkarni, who's the CEO of Rigetti Computing, a pioneer in superconducting quantum systems. I don't know if you've seen those images of those beautiful chandeliers, cooling chandeliers. Rigetti's got an absolutely lovely one, and yes, we will have one for the museum. Thank you very much. And sadly, Reena Dayal couldn't, the flights didn't work out today, so apologies from her. So let's just jump straight into it. Subodh, you know, as you're with a leading quantum hardware company, Rigetti, what are the practical hurdles you face in securing patents for quantum inventions? You know, and I guess quantum technology, I kind of think the software and the hardware are kind of hand in glove. So it's not as simple as hardware and software IPs. And then on top of that, you've got quite a fragmented global IP landscape. So how do you navigate that?
It's a good question. And fundamentally, quantum computing is a very different way of doing computing than what we do today with the classical computers. And you're right, the software and hardware do get entangled, if I may use that word. That's a very common
That's a quantum joke. More laughter, please.
But our software and hardware do feed back into each other. It's a very, when we do superposition and using quantum mechanics on how we do computing, it intrinsically changes the dynamics of how computing is done. We still do gates and that kind of stuff that classical computers do. So we use what we call qubits instead of bits in classical computers. And our qubits are talking to each other, unlike classical computers. And that's what we mean by entanglement and superposition. The real benefit is, with these qubits and entanglement of qubits, we can get exponentially better computing power at an exponentially lower energy. So that's the excitement about quantum computing. You could be 1 million or even 1 billion times faster than your current best computers at a fractional of energy consumption. And that's why the interest is so high. Regarding the IP part, there are many studies done. The value of quantum computing, the business value, is in hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, about a decade or so from now. So the stakes are very high. There's cybersecurity involved, and I'm sure Ollie will talk about it. But it's not just a commercial value, it's also national security interest, because whichever country or company gets capable quantum computers in its hands before others has a huge advantage for the next century. So the stakes are really high, and by definition, IP becomes a very important topic, particularly for startups like us. We are a publicly traded company based in Silicon Valley, but our market cap's already like $4 billion for a company which has practically no sales and certainly negative OI. So the classic metrics of how you value a company in quantum computing go out the window. So IP is the reason why we get valued at where we are. So we have many patents, and the landscape is indeed fragmented. Many of us try our best to patent whatever we can, which we think we will be able to police and protect. But at the same time, because of the national security interest level, a lot of the IP is kept in know-how form and trade secret form, and that makes it extremely complicated.
And in fact, one thing you mentioned about energy consumption, just before I bring in Ollie, which I think is fascinating, is that I've got a co-author of a couple of books who's working on 2 of the first exascale machines in the States, which are basically the biggest computers on the planet, Aurora and Frontier. I think one of them uses 20 megawatts, the other one is 60 megawatts. I mean, the power consumption of these machines is getting completely out of control. So it's not just, it's a bit green credentials. I'm not sure I can see a clear future for classical computing in 20 years' time if the energy consumption goes up like that. Ollie, let's bring you in on the national security perspective, which is your bread and butter. you know, clearly a lot of quantum technologies have got dual uses. You know, you can speed up your simulation of something, you can crack the codes of your rivals. So how do you navigate that balance?
Yeah, so the way that we look at it as the National Cybersecurity Centre is that there is a time horizon that stretches somewhere between 10 and 15 years on when a cryptographic quantum relevant computer will manifest. And so, you know, we can see in the short term that there is not existential risk. I think that's the takeaway I would leave you with. And it gives us time.
That's reassuring.
Well, you know, we do try and reassure.
For the time being.
And then we have an opportunity to do a change program to actually mitigate the effects of it. But your point is well made. More generally, there will be dual use in all of these technologies. And so that ends up driving a number of national security considerations. So who is investing where? With that investment, what are they trying to achieve? Like, is it bona fide investment because they want to see a company go on to gain kind of commercial advantage and reap the profit? Or is it that they're trying to get privileged access to the intellectual property and misappropriate it, for example, through legitimate means? And so we end up doing an awful lot of work around ensuring that, you know, we know which companies are at the leading edge in our territory. We know who is taking interest from them, both through investment mechanisms and non-investment mechanisms. And then we closely track actually how the technology is evolving and maturing, and making sure it will be, again, you'll be hopefully confidence building, that we have our models on when we think key breakthroughs are expected to land. And nothing that we have seen so far has been surprising against those models. And so at the moment, our mitigation strategy is playing out to the timelines that we would expect.
And in fact, just to draw you out on one point, I mean, there's a general unease that when someone switches on the first really powerful, low error quantum machine, they're going to crack every code on the planet. But we can devise quantum resistant algorithms, can't we, and codes and so on?
Yes, and we have done. We have been doing that work over the last decade or more, and they were most recently standardized through NIST. So we have our post-quantum cryptography ready. We are now waiting for all of the protocols to be updated to cater for it, the implementations to be verified, and then the rollout. We're obviously seeing certain rollout. So by the time we get this quantum relevant computer, we will have done the majority of the transition. I will also say that someone merely having one does not mean that they win. They also need to be in a position to get access to the data which they actually want to then apply it to that. So there has to be intent, there has to be capability, and there has to be position. And so it is not merely the fact that one has arrived, and we know, that necessarily the first adversaries that may have one, we can make the other two bits trickier for them.
Right. Now, just Subodh, in terms of returning to UK-India partnership, Rigetti recently won the Innovate UK Quantum Missions Pilot Competition. How are these collaborations with UK partners shaping your approach to quantum error correction? You better explain to people why that's important, and what lessons can be learned in terms of nurturing these partnerships?
So Rigetti has been a very good partner with the UK government for the last many years. We have a substantial presence in London right now. The main quantum computer sitting in your National Quantum Computing Centre in Harwell outside Oxford is made by us. And we are very proud of the partnership we have done, and we continue to expound on that and come up with new ideas and business models on how to help the UK quantum ecosystem grow. Regarding error correction, I mean, one of the main reasons the UK government chose to partner with us is because of our open modular architecture. In quantum computing, just like classical computing, there are very different business models. There are big tech companies like IBM, Google, even Amazon, and Microsoft, who have chosen the vertically monolithic model. So it's like a mainframe computer. So they're doing the whole thing and they want to control the whole thing. We have taken the exact opposite stand. So we have architectured our system to be an open modular system. So we can replace some part of the stack with somebody else. So we can partner with a company like NVIDIA, for instance, for their CUDA-Q part of the software stack, Or in this case, we have partnered with a company in Cambridge here called Riverlane, who's doing some excellent work in quantum error correction. Quantum error correction is a whole topic by itself, not quite suitable
give everyone the headline. You know,
Yeah.
if we can fix quantum error, is that then have we got commercially?
Yeah, I think the biggest Achilles heel of quantum computers right now is errors and how do you fix those errors. They fundamentally work. We have quantum computers, other companies and government organizations all have. They do all that you expect a computer to do, but they are just too error prone and they generate the errors. We can mitigate and correct for some errors, but right now the generation of errors is higher than what we can mitigate and correct. So it comes down to minimize the error rate that we have and then have superior error correction techniques that can handle those errors are coming from. Right. That's really what's holding us back from making quantum computing commercially viable right now.
So I think we've probably got time for 2 more questions, but Ollie, just one specific one for you. I suppose there's 2 sides to the quantum coin. We've been talking about quantum computing, but there's also a way to set up secure communication through quantum channels, as it were, where you can detect an eavesdropper. But how much is that complicated by, cross-border collaboration limitations and things like that?
Yeah, so the technology is referred to as quantum key distribution. So it's using quantum entanglement to transmit cryptographic keys on the principle that you can't observe it, because if you observe it, you change it. Fundamentally, it doesn't. So QKD is one of those technologies which is approximate and comparable to existing technologies that we have. So we see specifically collaboration around that is one of those technologies where it's actually not contentious for a change. And indeed, we would encourage. I will also state that the NCSE position on QKD specifically is that it does not address a challenge that we haven't already solved through classical means. Mm-hmm. And so by virtue of that, there is more unknowns with QKD and the systems that surround it than the knowns.
Okay, one last question for you both. I mean, there are quantum devices already out there in things like squids, in medical scanners, particularly in medical scanning and so on. But in the near term, could each of you tell me what you think is going to be the most impactful, say in the next 5 years, quantum technology that's going to, maybe have as big an impact as AI large language models have had? Maybe, Ollie, start with you first.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be as visible as AI, just to manage everyone's expectations. You're not going to have the
You've ruined it. Okay, we'll make it 10 years.
You're not going to have the large language model of quantum. But the reality is, I think, as others have alluded to, is quantum sensing. So we're already seeing massive real-time application in cellular networks, which allows us to have big density in a more power-optimized way. So we're going to just see RF spectrum efficiency that comes out from quantum sensing, that and being able to see through things without the use of radiation. So it's all going to get a bit sci-fi from here on out.
So Subodh, and what about you? And in fact, I've just been told you've got an extra minute. So luxuriate in that minute in your answer.
My view is that there's a lot of hype going on in quantum computing right now.
Actually, can I just say, as an observer, I find the AI hype drives me mad, but the quantum hype makes me even madder, because there seems to be a big gap between the hype and the reality of quantum machines.
So you have both overhyping going on one side and underhyping going on the other side. There are some companies that are saying quantum computers are here and now and it's capable today. I think that's clearly a case of overhyping.
Yeah.
And then there's someone like Jensen Huang of NVIDIA who comes and says quantum computing won't happen for 15 to 30 years. Since then, he has backtracked, but nevertheless, that was an underhyping situation. My view is that quantum computing is happening. It will happen in the next 5 years in a commercial way. You are going to see quantum computers in data centers in about 5-year time period, and they will be doing commercial applications. But it's not like suddenly everything is going to turn around. Just like when you go back, have some perspective on how GPUs came into the data center. You go back 20 years ago and how GPUs started penetrating data centers. And it took almost a decade before GPUs became the mainstay of data centers. QPUs is what we call quantum computing units, quantum processing unit. They will enter data center in the next 5 years, and then they will start taking off another 5 years or so from now, or from that point, so about a decade from now. The applications clearly are things like encryption, decryption, drug discovery, weather forecasting, many probabilistic type applications that are intrinsically very hard to solve with CPU and GPU technologies. So it's getting clear where quantum computing will start penetrating.
And just to build on that, so in one of those applications, it's counter fraud. So it's one of those probabilistic challenges, and that represents about 51% of all the crimes committed in the UK. So any major dent in that actually has massive economic benefit, and we see that as one of the first areas where there will be algorithmic advantage in the national security and defence space from quantum computers.
Well, look, thank you so much, Subodh and Ollie. That was a brilliant discussion. I was going to hand back to Ben, but I've been told that, in fact, we have to go for lunch instead. I'm sure you're bitterly disappointed. Do give them both a hand of applause. A brilliant discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Cheers. Can I just take a
Of course, of course.
The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering change. EET, redefining energy.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward,
Enter a new era of strategic partnership. The free trade agreement isn't just a milestone, it's a launchpad. This partnership is emerging as a powerful force for global innovation, and now is the time to lead it. The UK-India Future Forum is your gateway to this new reality. A high-impact platform that turns ambition into action and opportunities into outcomes. From cutting-edge pharma to frontier technologies, the UK-India Future Forum drives meaningful engagement across sectors where the FTA makes the biggest impact. With a bold new framework for trade and cooperation taking shape, now is the time to connect, co-create and lead. As a UK-India Future Forum member, you don't just attend events, you shape them. Gain exclusive access to the most influential leaders across business and government. Leverage curated intelligence, personalized connections, and unmatched visibility. This isn't just networking, it's high-level influence with real-world results. UK-India Future Forum, where opportunity meets action. Become a member. Be part of shaping the future.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you have managed to get some lunch and coping with the beautiful weather, which does mean it's a little warmer in here than maybe we would like. But nonetheless, we will plough on. So lots for us to think about from this morning's sessions. Plenty more this afternoon, but we will keep the pace up. We will get through it, and we all get a well-deserved drink at the end of it. Without further ado, for a forward-looking discussion, delighted to welcome our next moderator, who is Rupert Hargreaves, the managing editor of City AM. Welcome. Hey, come on up.
No, you're supposed to sit there because the mic's that way. Okay. I've just done this too many times.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Rupert Hargreaves, the managing editor of City AM, IGF London's media partner for this year. And joining me is Arti.
I'm Arti Ramamurthy. Thanks so much for having me here. I'm an investor. I have my own fund called Schema Ventures, but before this, I held executive roles at Facebook, at Microsoft, Netflix, come from Silicon Valley, started 2 companies, exited both of them. And this is my favorite topic, so I'm really excited to be here with you, Rupert.
That's great. So you've built companies, you've led product teams. What is the biggest opportunity that you see in the world right now and that you're investing in?
I mean, I think, we had lots and lots of people in the morning talk about AI, opportunities there. I heard some skepticism. I just think AI is the tide that lifts all boats. It's very, very early days. I'm obviously pretty bullish on it. I come from the sort of the bedrock where a lot of innovations happening when you think about large language models, ChatGPT or Claude, but then also applications on top of it. And so for me, I look at it as like there are different verticals that are all going to massively benefit. Some way more than others, some much faster than others. My focus and my area of expertise is enterprise, business-to-business applications. I think about deep tech, deep infrastructure. That's sort of my focus areas. And it's astounding to see the rate of progress there. I mean, you're seeing companies start, get traction, get real customers, large enterprise customers, in about all in 4 to 6 months, get like, $1-2 million in revenue run rate, which is, unseen. Like we've just never had this kind of phase in history where companies grew this fast and are sustainably growing too. Like you're seeing companies stick around, there's retention and stickiness. So I'm sort of bullish on just AI positively impacting pretty much all industries. Some you're going to see it sooner than the others, and some you're going to see the velocity to be much faster.
So that's the skepticisms around AI. I know you're quite, that's a big point for you. What are the major skepticisms right now? And also, do you think that's holding back the development of the technology?
I think so. I think, so to your first question, skepticism, what I've heard, and many of you here in this audience are probably going to nod your head, resonate with a bunch of these. And it's fair. Like, I don't want to be like, well, all skepticism is like unwarranted. It's very early days. We are yet to see massive sort of shift in dynamics on how companies are going to do work or the business of work. I've seen, okay, there's like large language models, there's ChatGPT, there's things like that, but outside of that, where's like the true innovation happening? Is everybody else just building on top of it and just leveraging the benefits of it? Monetization, is there really like a way to go monetize these effectively? You're thinking about scaling. Yes, there is like scaling, but is it sticky? Are companies like retaining their customers? Every aspect of the stack, you're starting to see, like, when you have an industry that's just about kicking off and just about starting to change, I think these questions are very fair. They're very warranted. And I also think that's what holds people, holds companies, holds tech startups accountable. So we need that healthy dose of skepticism. But we also need the opportunists, the optimists, the crazy people like me who are like, come, like, let's work together, let's invest in these companies and build and scale. Because without that, we're not going to push the boundaries forward.
Is it holding back the development of the tech?
Different pockets. I think, you're seeing different markets. Like when you think about San Francisco or Silicon Valley as an ecosystem, not really. I think, to be fair, Silicon Valley is 50, 60 years of just this sort of innovation with different tech stacks, right? Like you had like the Web 2.0 wave, but even before that, the .com side of things, you had mobile apps. So this is like 5th or 6th wave of innovation. So they've seen it before, and they'll see more and more of these. But for a lot of other markets where tech is relatively new, this is their first decade, maybe even the first wave of seeing this, like this pace of innovation. So yes, I mean, you're seeing that. In the UK, for example, the founder talent quality is fantastic. The university scene is great. You're seeing a lot of great, amazing entrepreneurs coming out of these. What you're not seeing is a really mature sort of investing ecosystem. It's starting to get there, but it's still very much in this first decade or so. And I think, it's very unfair to compare the ecosystem here to something like Silicon Valley because, they've just had the time to be able to do this over many, many years. So we'll get there here in the London ecosystem, but I've often seen companies where they're like, well, this is not like San Francisco. I'm like, of course it's not. Like, it's going to get there, but it's very early days.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, and you were saying London in 20, 30 years is going to be like Silicon Valley, but it's just got to get...
Yes, I mean, I would compare this to like 80s or 90s in San Francisco or Silicon Valley, right? Like, I mean, it's a very different time. Things were nascent. And the good part then was there was nothing to compare Silicon Valley with. Like, they were sort of, that market and that ecosystem was sort of pioneering what venture capital looked like, what does funding look like, what does scale look like, what do enterprise contracts look like, and that's a different ecosystem. So it's a bit unfair to sort of compare against that because it's comparing against a different point in time for a different geo. And here it's much more recent and much more nascent. But I think something like AI, you're going through this boom cycle where it can catch up really fast, and you're now starting to see venture capitalists come here. You're seeing even like US VCs invest in European ecosystem and do a substantial portion of their investments here. In other markets, you're seeing like Southeast Asia, India, like, this is truly the tide that is lifting all the boats.
So as an investor yourself in your latest fund at Schema Ventures, you're focusing on what you call outside founders.
Yes. Yeah.
What is an outside founder and how do you find it?
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's a bit of it sounds bizarre until you sort of like understand personal experience and story. So I didn't come from Silicon Valley. I grew up in India, master's in computer science, tech engineering is all I've done for like the last 20 years. And so for me, when I made it to Silicon Valley, it was sort of, I was this total outsider. I didn't really have, this sort of network of other investors, people I should talk to, the Stanford cool ecosystem, like I was not a part of any of that, right? So for me, going through that, working at these big tech companies, these FANG companies, and then starting companies, it's just given me this perspective of what it takes to be an outsider breaking into that sort of Silicon Valley ecosystem. And I see Schema Ventures' role. I think there's a lot of great opportunity there. This isn't like altruistic by any means. I think there's a lot of opportunity to tap into this amazing talent pool that's outside of the core SF ecosystem and give them the opportunities that everybody else has who are like there, who are native to that ecosystem. So that's what Schema Ventures does. We announced the fund, I think, almost exactly a month ago. It's a 20 million fund. We focus on early stage, so pre-seed, seed investments. primarily focused on technology startups. So we look at enterprise, business to business, autonomous, deep tech, that kind of investments. And you know, I think we think of it as a global fund. We will find founders who are outsiders to this ecosystem, to the Silicon Valley side of things, and give them access, whether that's network, whether that's fundraising access, whether that's you need to find your first head of product or head of engineering who's based there, like whatever that might mean, because not so, well, quite some time ago, I'm old now, but quite some time ago, I used to be that person. And being able to bridge that gap is sort of meaningful to me.
Okay. So based on your time in Silicon Valley and also your role as a podcast host, you've been around a lot of tech leaders in that space, in that world. What are some of the most important lessons you've learned in your time in the industry?
I think when you're graduating, I mean, I look at it as like, what can you tell, you know, young people who are just about graduating? And, you know, there's now this whole career path on like, I just want to start companies, I just want to found things. I think that's great. Now, like the risk appetite's really come down because the capital to start companies because of technologies like AI is like, so it's much lesser. But what I've seen, the other side of this is I feel like a lot of this cohort of young founders have not seen what good looks like. You know, whether you're working at a Microsoft or a Facebook or any of these places, the culture of like being around really, really smart people, shipping products every single day, and starting to see what excellence looks like earlier in your career, I think that sets you up in a really nice way when you decide to do something for yourself. So one thing I will encourage is, even if it's not maybe a full-time job straight out of college, maybe pick up internships that you can in some of these like highly respected big houses where you can go learn. And the whole goal of it is not so much to, you know, make money. Like, it's great that that's a side effect, but go figure out what good looks like, and that'll give you sort of a culture and a template to apply to your own sort of professional life as you scale. Because, you know, I mean, you're going to be in this industry 40, 50 years if all goes well. And so you sort of, the earlier you start to look at like, this is how Mark Zuckerberg works, or this is how Elon Musk works, I think it gives you a sort of template on, I like this, I'm going to incorporate this when I go build my own thing. And that's also what I've learned just doing this podcast and hosting all these amazing founders, where a lot of these incredibly gritty, driven founders, you know, the patterns are very similar, right? Like on how do they deal with failure? How do they think about scaling businesses? How do they think about monetization? Like, it's not super different from each other. And it's just fascinating to see that from completely different contexts.
And just one final question as we're running out of time.
Yeah.
What would, moving up the chain a little bit, what would you give advice would you give to entrepreneurs who are trying to build a business to try and stay ahead of the curve?
Yeah, I mean, this is changing pretty much every couple of weeks, right? Like now with just technology innovation coming in, a year ago or 5 years ago, I would have said, you know, find the right sort of team around you to be able to build something. Now I've seen solo businesses, just single founders, because, you know, like I look at founders who don't really know how to write code, but can like pick it up and run with it, learn, or use one of the low-code, no-code tools. So the bar for starting something or even building a side project is so low. So my biggest advice is always like, just build something. Like, I think I see a lot of people who are very theoretical, and if I had the time, if I had the bandwidth, if I had money, I would do this. Like, now you do. Like, there's no excuse for it. So you can just build things.
And keep building.
And keep building.
To stay ahead
keep
of the
shipping.
curve. Yeah. All right. Okay. Great. Thank you for your time today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rupert.
Thank you both. And we're going to move quickly on, and thank you for your patience. I know we were supposed to do this session just before lunch, but everyone looked hungry and hot. So a pressing issue, particularly relevant, of course, right now. We talked about this a little earlier this morning. Okay, oh, fine. So we're going to change slightly as planned. Let me introduce our next speaker and our next moderator. And if they can make their way to the stage, I want to welcome Seti and Valence, please.
Can I ask my panel to come up with me, actually? I won't bite. Ara, if you'd like to join us, and we'll have one. Ah, hello, great. A seat here, and if Ara could come with. Yeah, of course, we photograph first. If I can just get Ara with me as well. Great, thank you. Let's move along one so we can all see each other. I'm going to sit at the end. Would you hear? Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So this morning, when I was with the Commerce Minister, I asked him if he thought India could save the NHS. And there was a gasp in the audience. And half of you thought, oh no, that's so political. And the other half thought, yes, that's a very good idea. So as I explained, I was joking that many of my great colleagues in India have great ideas about the National Health Service. And I have a great and very diverse panel that might talk about that. So if I do them from the far end. So Lord Darzi, I feel a bit weird in introducing Ara, because if you don't know who Ara is, you know nothing about medicine, okay? Ara is a real rock star in the world of medicine, very distinguished surgeon, but also innovator in medicine, head of the Fleming Institute that he might explain something about as we're talking, but also has been a government minister and also wrote a pretty unsparing report recently on the National Health Service. So no one knows more about both medicine, innovation, and the health service. Now, Monica Huang is country head of Zydus Life Sciences. We haven't met before, but very keen to hear an entirely different perspective on health in terms of India in the global picture. And then Alicia Mopan is Managing Director and Group CEO at Aster DM Healthcare. You've just flown in from Dubai, which also illustrates you have a global view. So I suppose let me start. I might start with you, Ara, because the timing of this conversation happens to be particularly apposite for two reasons. Our government has just announced a huge increase in NHS funding. It's also done some quite radical things, like abolish NHS England. But also, I've heard you give two different entirely views of the future of healthcare in the UK. You've given an unsparing analysis of the failings and weaknesses in the system, but also I've been at events where you've spoken with the most ardent and inspiring passion about data and precision medicine and a whole range of new frontiers. I wonder, what do you think are the key challenges the NHS face where innovators in India might make a contribution?
Thank you, Syrian, and lovely to see you all. Let me start by saying a few words about how transformative has been looking at India's health system as a whole over the decades. I mean, it's an unbelievable achievement, and congratulate all of you in this room on your ability to reimagine the future. Ian mentioned the report that I did last September. I must say, I wasn't waiting for a phone call to do a report of that nature, but I was convinced that the NHS's performance needed a baseline. A baseline, you know, if you know the facts, then at least you can plan for a better future. And that was a piece of work that we had to do in 8 weeks. And I can't remember doing anything in the National Health Service within 8 weeks. And that was facilitated, as Sir Ian mentioned, for the first time, and I've worked in the National Health Service for more than 30 years, I'm also an academic, I managed to get access to data on 61 million people for 24 years. And that was an amazing thing to have in your hands. And numbers don't lie. And at the end of the day, once we did the analytics, we published 335 slides for a period of time. And what, Ian, you're referring to is the raw facts of where the National Health Service was. And I was shocked, and I've used that word in my report on numerous occasions. But, you know, as I described it at the end, that the NHS is in a critical condition, but the vital signs are still stable, but not for long. So it needs significant reform, it needs significant transformation, and that's the process we're going through at the moment, which is the 10-year plan. And we have a lot to learn from our colleagues here in India. You've done some really transformative changes in India, which potentially will be extremely useful if we embrace some of these innovations and the way you transformed your system back in the United Kingdom. So this partnership and the timing of this conference couldn't be better.
And let me ask you about particular things that really struck me in India that may be relevant things that you care about. I mean, one of the things that's very striking when I go to India is how many private companies in India are doing amazing research on the future of diabetes, cancer, antimicrobial resistance. I mean, Indians and British people are both humans. We have the same dilemmas. And, you know, there are downsides also to India's rising prosperity in terms of disease profiles. I wonder how you see India and the UK cooperating on some of that pioneering research.
Yes, I mean, listen, India's contribution was very significant during COVID. We all know the Serum Institute and the production of the COVID vaccine. And certainly you came to our help at a very critical moment because we hadn't really done the proper procurement that we were planning to do. So that in itself showed your power, your intellectual power, your production side when it came to that. But I mean, historically, I've had many, many colleagues, and I'm sorry to go back and mention the two that I've historically knew, Narinyaha Hospital, I mean, some of the Aravind, for example, the eye centers. These were in my report back in 2008 when I published High Quality Care for All. You know, doing case cataract surgery. I think 99.9% of all cataracts in the whole of India is done in an outpatient department. There is no such person going to a hospital to have cataract surgery. We still have a significant of our bulk of our cataract surgery is done in a hospital setting. Yeah. So it's not just, you know, it's not just the big disruptive innovations like vaccines. What you've mastered is process innovation and creating value, not just economic value, but also health value, and finally, and more importantly, value to the poor patient who has to go through the most convoluted pathway to achieve an endpoint and get discharged. And that's the simplicity of the system, which combines both quality, safety, and more importantly, cost effectiveness. Let me come back to the point of cost. We're spending 10% of our GDP on health. This is the highest percentage expenditure we've had since the creation of the National Health Service back in 1948. And it's not sustainable. We can't be the basket case the United States is in, which is 20% of our GDP. It's just we cannot afford it. And on top of all of this, may I just say, is the life sciences side. I talked about serum, you know, but just look, my good friend Yusuf Hamid is here. Look at Cipla, the innovations coming from there. Absolutely transformative. And we need to think through, how do we embrace these innovations in a system like ours? And we need true partnerships between different organizations. There is an opportunity of co-learning in a number of different areas. And I always say it, we could learn from the cradle to the grave, whichever pathway you can think of.
Excellent. Monica, let me, I mean, your company is heavily engaged in generic drugs and therapeutics and a whole range of medical innovations. I want to ask you about something that really struck me when I was talking to the Commerce Minister this morning. It happens to me all the time when I go and speak to innovators in any sector in India. They are hypersensitive about price point in a way that doesn't really happen in European markets. And they say to me, look, you have to understand, when you're 1.4 billion people, a tiny difference in price makes a difference between 50 million and 500 million people having access. And it seems to me, in a way, the Indian tradition of Jagad and frugal innovation is a very interesting cultural aspect of Indian companies. Tell me a bit about what your company does, but also how you think what you do might be relevant to the UK health market.
Great. I was listening to Lord Daz, and what you said is like music to my ear. It's very well articulated, and you were amazed with the journey that the Indian healthcare has gone through over the past few years. That is exactly the very, very nice case that can be presented. We started as a generic company doing just off-patent manufacturing of generic medicines. No difference from any company like Sun Pharma or Dr. Reddy or Cipla, as you mentioned. And then we see then those commodity product is not taking you anywhere. The innovation is the future. So we get into an area of innovation. Now we have, from vaccine side, we have the first NDA vaccine that we launched during combat the pandemic, where we're really focusing on delivering hundreds, millions vials to the people who are in need, and not necessarily the high-income countries. That's what we committed to do. And in terms of medicine innovation, we are spending a lot of money to come up with new chemical entities. So we are the innovator, not just a generic medicine manufacturer. So for us, it is also giving us that level of competitive edge. And the focus is really to look at what we can give to patients to help them increase the access to cutting-edge innovations. As a global company, we are operating in many continents, and we finally decided we would like to come to the UK because we love this market. It's fascinating. As a country, we really encourage innovation. We encourage competition as well, so it is a tough generic market to be in, but we also very much encourage innovation for patient benefit. So Zydus is launched a number of new innovative molecules within the UK. In the same time, we are also bringing a lot of medicines to help deliver the cost saving for NHS. So I see the link here as a generic manufacturer transitioning into innovation focused organization. We would like to have our product, that our innovation, our development come to the UK through whatever pathway we can to help NHS for cost savings.
And how are you finding here? The reason I ask is, let me tell you something really surprising. When we do surveys of visitors to the Science Museum, who are, after all, the most intelligent people in the world, of course, and very interested in science, I tell you what's very surprising is that the one sector they're quite suspicious about is pharma. And so it depends what you think. So you're talking about the patients and cost saving. If you were to ask most of my visitors, they would regard pharma companies as evil capitalists who are aiming to make enormous profits. Do you come across that? I mean,
I do, actually.
You see? How good.
But
so
however,
how do you fight back, Monica?
Well, I think there's a misconception of innovator and a generic company. I should give you some interesting facts. In fact, this morning at the roundtable discussion, we also talked about that. I'm here representing generic companies, pharma companies. In fact, in the UK, 4 in 5 medicines is supplied to our patient who you get in your cupboard for your family is actually generic.
Yeah.
And 1/3 of the product is made in India nowadays. And jointly, generic and biosimilars, they are saving over £18 billion for NHS each year. This is the latest stats we have. Now, it's not enough, actually. I believe, or based on the research we had, we could have saved more for NHS if there was efficiency within the system, if there's a harmonization of the regulatory framework, that we can come in quicker, deliver the launch faster, and for less. We can supply the medicines for less. So we are not the one that should be labeled as a catalyst. We do get that bias a lot, but I think it's important in this forum to share those stats and knowledge that it's not quite publicly available to everyone.
Excellent. And Alicia, I mean, you've just, as I said, just flown from Dubai. You have an amazing network in terms of private medicine. What's your view of the way that your company might contribute to the healthcare system in the UK?
Thanks, Sarian. So we have a network, a fairly large network in India. We've got more than 40 hospitals, 60,000 people, doing tertiary, quaternary care work. And we also operate out of Middle East in a highly insured market, UAE, GCC countries, right? So when you look at the NHS, like what everyone discussed, of course, we're sitting in a little bit of a pickle right now. And it's so many things going on. It's like a perfect storm. You've got backlog from COVID, you've got the Brexit issues, and then you've got all the incredible transformations that's happening in healthcare. Where do you focus on? So at least from a healthcare, from a private healthcare perspective, our view is that how do we sort of kind of create collaborations so that you're at least able to kind of look at the backlog? If there is a way to kind of say that I can take care of the past and sort of clear the past so I can actually focus on the present and the future, I think that's where you really enable very powerful partnerships, right? So, and that's what like things like IGF is all about. How do you make it purposeful? How do you make it humane? It is absolutely inhuman if somebody needs to wait 4 years to get their surgeries done, if they wait like 1.5 years to get an MRI. We have such a strong partnership between these countries, whether it is rather than making it individual to individual, whether it's government to government, I don't know, maybe it is to political, like you said earlier, Sir Ian. But even from institution to institution, I don't know, between the colleges, between the big sort of corporate hospital groups, you know, where you've got JCI accredited, NABH accredited, good hospitals that you can rely on. I heard a staggering statistics yesterday where they said that NHS pays almost $3 billion per year on locum. And it's crazy, right? Like if you're able to say that, hey, I'll send 500,000 people, get this done so that it doesn't escalate into a bigger health issue for someone. But you need to think outside the box. We can say this can take 4 years, I'll fix it. But why not think outside and see if there are other partnerships that can fast track this thing for us? And that's what I think India does beautifully. You can do things on scale because you have to. There's 1.6 billion people. If we have to serve, you've got 250 million people on the public scheme with the Ayushman Bharat. But then you also have a very active private sector that makes sure that there's affordability, there's a different system that's running as well. So I think those kind of partnerships are what we need to do. Yesterday we met the BAPIO group, the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, 100,000 doctors here. How do we create these bridges, whether it's Indian origin or not, like with the colleges here, you know, you've got great institutions, deep mind, great minds. So I think that's where we can really kind of put things together to not talk about solving a problem 4 years later, but solving it this year.
You know, I have a joke with my colleagues whenever I'm in India. You know, I have a habit, which is I read the Times of India over breakfast. And when I've ploughed through the pages on Bollywood stars, what I then plough through is the endless adverts for new hospitals and medical facilities in India. And tell me, I mean, one of the things that other colleagues say about your group and others is that you are just how patient-centric you are.
Yeah.
And tell me a bit about that. And the reason I ask is if you go into our medical galleries, we have a great display on the foundation of the NHS. And it's a noble thing, but it's a great monolith. And it's a beautiful thing, but actually the patients are just part of the narrative.
Yeah.
Tell me, do you think you have a particular insight into being really patient-focused?
No, absolutely. I think our biggest two stakeholders are always the physicians and then the patients. And I think what's also great now is with things like media, social media, netizens, you've got a check and balance system. If people are upset, they're angry, they're online, they're talking about you, we as a group, we're obsessed, we're customer obsessed, patient obsessed, we're looking at every interaction. How many Google ratings are coming in? How are they rating our 40 hospitals? What is my NPS score? We're deeply listening, right? So that we can improve. And that agility and that rapidness is so important in healthcare. Again, on the other side, very important to listen to your physicians. Just what Monica was talking about, the generic drugs. Okay, I have 5,000 doctors, 500 want something, another 500 want something else. But if I'm actually able to say, hey, why should you be doing the generic drugs for people who are coming from this strata? You can do maybe the branded, the innovator molecules for those who are paying the high-end insurance. How do you create a sustainable model? So I think it's very important we listen both to the physicians, show them the data, what is the accessibility you're creating with options for different people, and then being customer obsessed, patient obsessed is absolutely necessary.
Well, I've already learned the next time I'm ill, I need to phone you. That's the great thing about doing my job and has great connections. Can I come to a final question to you, Ara? You have all your vast scientific experience, but also you understand politics very well. And let me just explore a little bit of a conversation that we touched on with the Commerce Minister this morning, which is trying to change the narrative. So rather than the cooperation between India and the UK on medicine being purely commercial, the idea of much more co-development of solutions. I mean, I tell you what's odd. When I talk to a lot of politicians, they say, I don't really understand why we have this hang-up about alliances in the commercial sector, because all our patients care about is being well. They don't care who provides the surgery. In your experience as a politician, what's the way of getting people to be a bit more open-minded?
Well, we tried this back in 2008, where you say NHS is a system. Quality should be the organizing principle of a system. And you need to find where is the best quality of care provided. You know, it's the one area in which plagiarism does not matter. Go out there and copy the best and bring it back. That's really has always been the message. Otherwise, we're going to remain running an NHS which is as old as that picture was painted.
Yeah.
You know, we need to move from that into a digital system. And if you talk about the three major shifts, which has been the aspiration of the Secretary of State, which is hospital to community, treatment to prevention, digital, analog to digital. And if we get those three things right, I think we probably have a better chance of a whole system transformation and doing it with partnerships globally. India will be one of them, but there are many other systems that we can learn from.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time, but I think we have a great panel. Thank you. Thank you. Good.
To take over, if I may, my name is Priya Guha. I met some of you earlier today, and introduce my fireside chat companion for the afternoon, the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, Patrick Vallance. Patrick, it's great to have you here, and I think particularly wonderful to see a friend of the UK-India relationship joining us, although it's not the first time you've joined IGF. You joined by video conference a few months ago in Mumbai, which was much appreciated. But we've talked a lot today about where the UK-India collaboration is at the moment in these issues. But I'd like to maybe cast your mind to the future. If we were going to look at the UK-India relationship across the board in science, research and innovation, what do you think it should look like?
Well, I think, first of all, there is already a strong relationship, and I think it's growing. And I view the relationship in sort of three broad groups. There's what's the government-to-government relationship around science and technology, and obviously there's the ongoing security agreement around that. There's also, of course, the more comprehensive plan being put in place. But government-to-government relationships on science aren't actually what drives everything. It has to be a scientist-to-scientist as well. So there's the academic links, which are important, and there are many universities with strong links there that can be built on. And of course, there's good programs for exchange of people, and exchange of people often drives those collaborations. So I'd like to see more of that. And then there is the really important part of businesses. And increasingly, that isn't just the major companies, and we know there's lots of interactions between major companies, but it's what it means for startups. What are the opportunities for a second base for a startup, or a talent scouting for startups or scale-ups as they begin to get more and more important in this innovation system? And so I think we need to look at it through all those three and work out what this looks like as India becomes an increasingly powerful player in the science and tech space, and of course in the innovation space.
So here in the UK, last week, the government just announced its multi-year budget in the spending review process, which I know you are heavily involved with. But with record investments having been announced in R&D, AI, energy, NHS transformation, how do you see this shaping the UK-India future collaboration in these areas?
Well, it's important to recognise that I think there are sort of three buckets of science funding. There's curiosity-driven, basic science, individual investigator type research, which will always be a sort of thing that collaborates as it needs to. There is the work that is related to government priorities, and that's relevant to the question you just asked, where we've got an industrial strategy coming out in the next couple of weeks, which will list the 8 sectors that we're working on, that's got to be a good foundation for where there can be partnerships, because those are the things that we're interested in. Obviously, India's got areas that you're interested in, and we need to make sure that we get some opportunity across those sectors. And the third is obviously around the question of the company space as well. But I think there are big opportunities in areas like AI and healthcare. I mean, it's going to be transformed over the next decade, and we've got quite complementary skills across our countries, which we should think about how to leverage. And the impact of that for health of the population is huge. We already know that there are big relationships between our countries around things like vaccines. How could that be developed further? The world doesn't need fewer vaccines. It needs vaccines across broader areas. It needs more discovery, again, in the AI space as well around that. So I think that's an area. I think we can also see emerging areas like quantum, where there are already links developing. Quantum is moving from a purely scientific question to an engineering and a delivery and a commercial question as well, where again, there may well be opportunities that we should explore. And we know we've already got collaborations between companies. So places like ARM for semiconductor design and Ola for EVs already collaborating. I'd like to see more of that going on. I think there are opportunities here, which after all, our countries have got very long-standing collaborative roots and a lot of similarities in terms of the training process and so on. It feels to me like a natural place for us to have stronger relationships.
Well, you've just referred to it there, and indeed in your previous comments, of how fundamental people are to this relationship. And I think all of us in this room would recognise that talent is actually one of the key levers for the UK and India to harness their mutual strengths. How do you think both countries can ensure this mobility is strategic, is smooth, and genuinely two-way?
Well, I think we've already got schemes to allow people to swap for short periods, and I think that's very well taken up and very well used. Recently, it was announced here on the Immigration White Paper that there'd be a much smoother, easier route for the Global Talent Visa, which I think is important. We've always, in this country, been completely dependent in our science and tech system on immigration. And it's a really, I mean, it's obvious, but it's an important thing to say. And if you look at our Nobel Prize winners, a third of them were first or second generation immigrants, including Venki, of course. So, you know, we need to make sure that we are as open as possible. And I think increasingly that two-way movement is going to happen, where there are lots of opportunities in India. There are lots of places that are doing outstanding work, where I think we should be looking for much more mobility between the sectors, and indeed thinking about partnerships between institutions and universities that facilitate that. And my experience is that it requires, you know, 3 things really to happen there. It needs institutions to want to work together and to make it easy. It requires the people involved in those institutions to actually think about the areas which are most exciting, because at the end of the day, that's what drives the whole thing. And then the role of government is to try and oil the wheels of that and to make sure that we can make that as easy as possible and not get in the way of it happening.
Now, I know in both this role and in the previous role, you've been heavily involved with the Global Talent Visa that you referenced. I'm sure many in the room are actually probably recipients of a Global Talent Visa, but maybe for those who've not come across it before, you could just give us 2 seconds on what it is.
Well, it's a visa that allows people to come to the UK. It isn't working as quickly as it should do, but the idea is that it's somebody with special skills, somebody with something that they would bring to the UK in certain areas, and there'll be definitely a preference, by the way, around the industrial strategy sectors for this, which will make that an easier route to take. And it provides, I think, of all the visa systems, that's the one that actually people think makes a difference to getting skilled people into the UK at this sort of level that we're talking about, of highly skilled people who are bringing either technical, entrepreneurial, science skills to the country.
Fantastic. So you have an additional role beyond that long list of things that I said you had responsibility for as a minister when I introduced you, and that is as the champion, the innovation champion for Oxford and Cambridge corridor. So would you like to maybe just give us 2 seconds on what that role actually is, and maybe how you think those sorts of innovation corridors could actually collaborate as corridors with their counterparts in places like India?
Yeah, so we're very excited about this. I mean, nobody in this room needs to be told that Oxford and Cambridge are good universities. You don't need to tell anyone in the world that they know that. And there's lots of innovation going on in both those places, but both places are becoming constrained by their ability to expand. And both places can connect easily to London. And so we always talk about the golden triangle, where so much of the research innovation takes place. But actually, the truth is the golden triangle is missing a hypotenuse, because Oxford and Cambridge are not properly connected. So the idea is, if we can connect them, by the way, this is a very old idea. People have been talking about it for 40 years or more. It hasn't happened. Very simply, the task that I was asked to take on by the Chancellor is to make it happen. Make sure that we get the connectivity, and in the connectivity, think about how all of that corridor can contribute to growth, innovation, how everybody in that corridor can benefit. So it's not just about two shiny objects at the end. It's about making scale-up space. It's about improving life chances for people there. It's about educational opportunities across the corridor. It's about making sure that is a thriving innovation hub, building on the areas that we know we're already good at there, which are life sciences, certainly lots of the physical sciences, big equipment areas around Oxford, which provide unique facilities. And people often say, well, why would you do that, given that there's also already a lot of money going into London, Oxford, and Cambridge? And the answer is quite simple, which is I think any other country in the world would really rather like to have Oxford, Cambridge, and the connection. We must build on that, and we must make the full potential of what's there. So we're really trying to drive this, everything from housing to ensure that a postdoc or a young lecturer or a young entrepreneur would have somewhere that they can afford to live in that area, somewhere where if your company falls over, which we know lots do, you don't have to move somewhere. You can just go straight to the next one in the other city or just along the line, and how we start to get those scale-up opportunities of companies really working in that area. So that, I think, is going to be a truly internationally competitive hub of innovation. It links to London, and there are massive opportunities to link to other places in the world, and we expect to see very significant inward interest in not only investment, but also placing companies there, thinking about collaborations, thinking about what the opportunities are there for companies adjacent to some of the research areas who might be in the supply chain for some of this as well.
So a final question for you. We've just talked then about the Oxford-Cambridge corridor and the exciting things that are happening there. And obviously we're here in London right next to Imperial and other amazing higher education institutions. But one of the things that was very clear in the spending review is the focus on innovation at place across the UK. And maybe just talk a little bit, if you may, to finish off about what you've seen when in this job you've travelled around the UK to visit those sites of research and innovation.
So there is great stuff going on all over the place. You know, you can come across an individual researcher or an individual company. And in fact, I came across one earlier this week when I was in Boston, US, and somebody came up to me and told me about the company they run in somewhere called King's Lynn, which I had no idea we had this company in King's Lynn. Very innovative, exciting company. And he told me about others that are there. So wherever you go, you find pockets of excellence. What is important, though, is clusters. And clusters really matter because of this point about getting critical mass, allowing people to fail and know that they're not completely insecure because they've got somewhere else they can go to. And what I see is growing up all around the UK, significant clusters. Big cluster in Manchester, cluster around Edinburgh, great work going on in Liverpool, Bristol. They've got different flavours to them. They're all doing something a little bit different. That's also important, that it isn't everything looking the same. So I think you'll find great work going on everywhere. Clusters are important for the reasons that I've discussed, and everything needs to have an international perspective. And that's really critical, because if we don't have that international perspective, we cannot end up with these growing and getting the appropriate market and development.
Minister Vallance, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks,
and I'm going to pass to Libby Jackson. Just wondering.
Thank you.
At the Science Museum, I am head of space and delighted to welcome to the stage Harshbir Sanger, MBE, who is the Missions and Capabilities Director at the UK Space Agency. Now, space is something that captures everybody's imagination, and India's ongoing Chandrayaan and Gaganyaan missions, they really continue to assert their leadership in space and space exploration. And of course, the UK Space Agency and UK is actively ramping up their investments. But that said, perhaps the UK-India space collaboration has yet to take off. So we're going to explore a little bit about how perhaps that can get going. So Harshbir, I wondered if I start. We have a UK national space strategy. How does that align with India's space ambitions? And where do you see the greatest opportunity for policy alignment and innovation there?
Yeah, no, thank you, Libby, and thank you for having me over here at this amazing venue. And just to obviously, for complete transparency, Libby and I used to work together. You're alumni of the space agency, so it's great to be here talking about space with you, but equally great to be here talking about the India-UK relationship in space. So as far as our national space strategy is concerned, and of course, obviously, the Indians' ambition in space, I think they're quite well aligned in many ways, because we've got so much history and culture that aligns us together when it comes to space technology. So when it comes to Earth observation, and I was on in India a few weeks ago, we were discussing the disaster charter in how the space technology can help enable, I guess, obviously, save people's lives, either it's flooding or natural disasters that exist. So as far as our space strategy is concerned, it's very focused on how do we make space services better for people, and how do we make our life better here on Earth using space services. And exactly the same thing is right at the top of the agenda when it comes to space agenda in India. So they're quite active into deep space exploration, and you talk about Gaganyaan and the Chandrayaan missions. We, obviously, as you being the ex-head of space exploration at the UK Space Agency, our obviously ambitions for exploration are quite well aligned. But I guess, obviously, where the synergy really comes together, it's through the economic growth lens. So we are seeing, obviously, the UK government space as an endeavor, not just to make our life better here on Earth, but equally to support the economic growth agenda for this government. And the minister was just here talking about it. And India is seeing exactly the same way. For many years, ISRO, most of the development that happened within the closed doors behind ISRO. But the Indian space economy is really opening up as we speak. So with over 5,000 private entities, they're expected to be in place by 2030. We have got about 1,800 organizations over here. So, the synergies do align pretty well from economic growth to science exploration.
So there's lots of synergies there, but especially from my experience as well, I look at what the European Space Agency is doing. They're starting to work with ISRO, but it's baby steps. What forms of collaboration are there already there between ISRO and Space Agency, and where do you see it heading?
So number of, I think if I go back nearly 15 years when the UK Space Agency was formed, quite in the early days, we did sign an MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding with the Indian Space Research Organization. So collaboration started very early on as we formed the agency at our end. But since then, we have had, obviously, very recently the free trade agreement with India, which obviously I can see the people who actually initiated right at the front over here. There are a number of different things that exist at a very high level from, relationship development perspective, and there is obviously a range of different legal documents that sit behind it. But from a relationship level, I think we have in some ways, we struggled to really form into a missions capabilities development relationship for a number of reasons. But we did do a mission together, which was a mission called Novasar, which was developed here in the UK, but then launched by India. And then we do have a collaboration as far as the data sharing agreement is concerned. And we are currently working through an international bilateral fund, which the agency set out last year, on a couple of small projects with ISRO, which are looking at the research and development into how some of the technology we're collaboratively developing could enable the future missions in Earth observation in particularly, and also in space exploration. So there are different relationships at different levels that exist. But I guess the thing I'm really excited about is the business-to-business relationship with the private organizations in India doing more on space. And we do have a very rich heritage when it comes to either developing small satellites or obviously the skills and the technology we've developed over the number of years. And the missions like Chandrayaan-2, which was the precursor to Chandrayaan-3 that was successful in the end, it was actually, some of the technology was developed here in the UK. There was on the mission at the time. So I think real different opportunities at business-to-business level. But I guess in some ways where the relationship is working really well is in the R&D part at the moment. And here being at the Science Museum, obviously, it's a real pleasure to say that the academic sector is really working very strongly. And we must learn from the academic sector and how we translate that to business, but equally then the government to government, i.e. us as an agency working with ISRO.
So there are some great successes indeed in research, as you said, but perhaps you've alluded to there is more to be done. So what do you see as some of the challenges that we have to overcome? Have you got any great ideas about how we can solve those?
Well, I think we do have great ideas. I'm pretty certain we all do in different ways. I guess, I mean, if I have to summarize in a couple of things, I think the first thing is actually having better understanding. When it comes to space, I think we need better engagement, better dialogue. We actually need to come down to the table as to organizations working, obviously, at a very senior government level to try and understand what kind of ecosystems we have and what kind of ecosystem we're trying to create. So I think it's just at a very high level, the understanding. And I guess the free trade agreement enables that to happen. And I can see a number of different groups, different boards being chaired at a very senior level, including with the minister who was just sat over here previously. We can use those mechanisms to enable the relationship to happen, to begin to understand the ecosystem and the synergies that we're trying to form. I guess we do have a challenge. The challenge has been, I think, a bit of a misunderstanding, if I can call it, in those terms, on some of the broader issues in could we export or import technologies or different technologies, which I think we're trying to overcome by having a better understanding. And I guess if we can somehow overcome the misunderstandings we have, whether obviously they're real or not, I think we can really open up the two markets for each other. And I'm really confident the FDA does provide us at least the runway to actually try and enable, hopefully, obviously, the next space mission together with India.
Yeah, it would be fantastic to see. And there's so many investment opportunities now in space. It's a growing area. I know it's something the UK leads in, and it would be great to see if we can make those collaborations across with India. Now, we're sitting here in the Science Museum. We are here about inspiring futures, and we know that space has a real ability to inspire people. We're looking ahead to the Axiom 4 flight, which is now due to launch on Sunday, which will see the Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla launch alongside the European Space Agency's Slavoj Vineshki. So that will be great. But how more, that will inspire young scientists and engineers, but how more can we do, what more can we do in both countries to really make sure that we engage to drive this next wave of space innovation and collaboration so our two countries can keep working together?
Yeah, no, I think it's a real opportunity, if I'm being really honest. And again, obviously, from experience itself, I was at IIT, which is Indian Institute of Technology in Mumbai last year. I spoke to thousands of students, as it turned out to be. And it just kind of the space just lends itself to the excitement that obviously people feel about it. But then there isn't a straight path into obviously that you can do a certain course and you can end up in space. So what we are trying to do here as part of the UK Space Agency, we have a number of programs which are education skills focused to try and work with our academic sector through the STEM agenda to try and obviously bring people to understand what kind of skills the space sector requires. And let me just be very honest over here. The space sector doesn't require just the engineers. It requires all sorts of skills. And quite frankly, if someone like me can work in a space sector, I'm pretty certain everyone else can. But equally, when it comes to India and the UK relationship, I think once we can overcome some of those the broader issues that we have, I think just the talent, the skills that exist in both countries, I think we can bring them together through different mechanisms. There are mechanisms that does exist at the moment. But when it comes to space, I think we can try and focus on certain things we can work together, where we can either inspire the next generation through doing small satellite missions, something that UK has got strong heritage in, or actually set up some kind of, you talk about investment, some kind of investment portfolios that the young people can get behind. But I guess the first and foremost, and that's a collective challenge for all of us, sitting in this room and everywhere I go. I was at the IIT yesterday. Someone asked me exactly the same question, but not with the India dynamic to it. It was about how do we actually get people to understand what space offers? Because more often than not, people just think space is, and if I can just use those terms, which have been publicized well, that it is somehow obviously a rich person's play area. It's not. Space impacts everyone and everybody in our daily lives. In fact, I'm sure obviously every one of us in this room, including me, have used space tech multiple times during the day. And I think that's the message we must get to the people, which will hopefully obviously automatically inspire the next generation. So there are different ways we can obviously cut the cake, I guess.
Space really is something we all rely on every single day. And I think that's true in every single country. And I suspect it is true in India, as I know it is here in the UK, that people don't appreciate fully how much the phone in our pocket is connected to space.
Absolutely.
And we would be absolutely lost without it. So it's really important that we do make sure that we have a future workforce to carry on doing those technologies. I think we've got time for just one more question. So I just wondered, were there any emerging technology areas beyond the missions that you see that might have the greatest potential for UK-India collaboration or indeed investment?
I think it's a great question. I think the satellite communications, if I'm being really honest, we do have, there's a company called OneWeb, which I'm sure obviously many have probably heard of. The UK government invested heavily into the company at the time to try and save the company. I've got a golden share. But the company is also, there's a heavy investment from the India side, the Bilateral telecommunications, into the company. So that's kind of a synergy that exists already in the market. And with the space technology pivoting towards low Earth orbit satellites, which is small satellites providing the same kind of a service as obviously a geostationary satellite would provide, and sorry for some of the technical terms, big satellite, small satellite in simple terms. The small satellites do provide the synergy and opportunity to do actually space, I guess, innovation faster, some of the collaboration faster. And I think if I have to kind of focus on one area, I think satellite communications could be the way forward to try and obviously bridge the two countries together when it comes to space. Because one of the things that satellite communications can do is it can provide broadband services, communication services in a hard-to-reach areas. And quite frankly, I think that's where, we do have obviously parts of the UK which are still not connected. And there are multiple regions within India which can actually benefit from high service connectivity. So I think there are opportunities in the satellite communications market just to kind of work on the existing foundations that exist.
I look forward to seeing those collaborations develop and seeing a great UK-India, Israel-UK Space Agency satellite communications mission in the coming years. That would be fantastic. We're running out of time here in this session, so I just want to say thank you so much, Harshbir, for coming along and sharing your thoughts today on that wonderful topic about space and how we can get the UK and India working together much more closely. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Livy, thank you so much. Hello once again, and we're going to move swiftly on. As you can see, my panel assembling at the side. Lots of networking, as always, at these things, and that's the most important bit. So we talked about space. I want us to talk about energy now, and particularly the plans for net zero. India making huge strides in its adoption of renewable, but there is still a lot to do, particularly around things like AI-driven grids, adopting the right digital infrastructure, ensuring that supply of critical minerals too. So how do we overcome those challenges? What can India and the UK learn from each other to make sure they can tackle those shared energy challenges? So please welcome my panel, who are very neatly arranged on this, so come on up. Olivia Powis, Chief Executive of Carbon Capture and Storage Association. Prue Ashby, Head of Sustainability at London and Partners. Dr. Runaba Ghosh, who's the Chief Executive of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. And Ruth Herbert, last but not least, Managing Director, Business Development and Strategic Initiatives at SR Energy Transition. Welcome to you all. Really nice to see you on this. And we've got sort of 20 minutes or so to bash through this. And maybe, Olivia, let me start with you. Talk to me about the collaboration that's going on right now, because quite clearly this is a global problem. And we always talk about that collaboration needs to be done across borders. Is that happening, in particular with a focus on UK and India?
Yes, I mean, I think, yes, it is, and we'll hear from Ruth in a bit, who's working on a particular project. But I think in terms of how we're going about, you said it's a global market, so I work in Carbon Capture and Storage Association. We've got 120 members who are also globally represented members, and we're about the commercial deployment of carbon capture and storage. And so really, in terms of how the UK's developed, and we've developed the regulatory and legislative framework to enable the industry to develop, and there's been an awful lot of work that's gone into that from the government and industry over the past 4 years to develop that and really put in place everything that needs to be there to develop a whole new industry, not entirely from scratch. This isn't a new technology, but to develop it at this scale and to deal with the industrial decarbonisation that we need to get to and meet our net zero targets. So it's been really critical that as we've worked through that and developed the business models, the legislative framework, the roadmap for investors to understand the opportunities as we go through that we are engaging and really working across borders to work to establish partnerships, but also to make sure that we're sharing that learning, and what we've done and developed in the UK is being shared across, but also then in terms of technology development. How are we moving forward? You know, that it's the same technology that will be deployed on a gas plant here for carbon capture or elsewhere, or energy from waste plant or industrial plant. And so how can we look at evolving that technology, and how can we make sure that we've got the opportunities to discuss that globally?
And Ruth, I mean, what does this look like in practice? Talk to me about some of those projects.
So, I mean, first of all, to say that SR Energy Transition, it represents kind of all of SR's activities in sort of UK and in Europe, and we're most of that activity is all focused around our refinery, the Stanley refinery in the northwest of England, which is at the heart of the HyNet cluster. So it's one of the government's first industrial decarbonisation clusters. We're planning to build low carbon hydrogen, as well as so CCS-enabled low-carbon hydrogen, large-scale, probably the UK's first large-scale project, and part of the Track 1 process in the government's competition. And then we've also got carbon capture on our catalytic cracker. So together, the fuel switching, some electrification, and the carbon capture will give us a decarbonised refining process. And I think we're ahead of anywhere in the world. We're going to be the world's first decarbonised refining process. So that's really exciting, and it really demonstrates how traditional foundational industries can play a really key role in the transition. They shouldn't be kind of deterred from being part of the transition. They should embrace it, and they can actually be catalysts for that. And not only does that decarbonise our asset, but that network that will be built, the hydrogen funding that was announced for a hydrogen network in the spending review, that will enable other industries in the northwest to decarbonise. And we're also looking at sustainable aviation fuels. So we've got a big agenda here in the UK. What's really interesting, and why are we doing it in the UK first, right? Because SR has got lots of assets, US, India, obviously. The UK has sort of strode ahead in terms of its regulatory framework and its policy framework for decarbonisation. So as Olivia was saying, you know, carbon pricing and revenue support for projects, that enables us to make these projects bankable, to get them to final investment decisions. So that's really key, because obviously decarbonising things does cost more initially, but in the long term, we will have a higher quality product. What I would say is complemented by working very closely with our colleagues in India. They're also looking at things like sustainable aviation fuels, and some elements of that are cheaper and easier to do in India due to feedstock availability, or, you know, lower energy prices, much more land for renewables and things like that. So it's a really good opportunity to collaborate between UK and India and trade in these new low carbon products. And in India, our colleagues, you know, there's a bit more innovation about, well, how do we make this commercially viable? We've got to make this work commercially, and I find that really stimulating, and that's something the UK government also wants the industry in the UK to embrace, and to not be sort of desiring of subsidy forever. So I think these are really areas where I'm finding we're collaborating really well.
And I want to come on to the value of the kind of public-private partnerships as well, and the role that they play in just a second. But Arunabha, let me bring you in here too about, I posed that question in the introduction about what the UK can learn from India and India learn from the UK. Give me your sense there of who's doing what best and maybe what the best practice looks like between the two countries.
Well, first of all, I think the primary lesson that India needs to learn from the UK is legislation.
Yeah.
Getting a climate legislation that backs up the very bold policies that we put forward would be tremendous. It will send that signal to the market. What I think the UK can learn from India is actually designing competitive markets for various different elements of vectors of the energy transition. That includes, of course, how we've driven down through reverse auctions the price of renewables down to about 2.5 US cents. But it also includes many other things that we're doing. So auctions for hybrid projects, solar and wind, or solar plus storage. Designing new markets for large-scale solar irrigation. It's the world's largest program on solar irrigation. The huge push towards distributed energy, 10 million homes to get distributed energy. That alone is about 25 to 30 gigawatts of capacity. I think the point is that the energy transition is not just a switch from coal to renewables. It's actually igniting, pun intended, many new forms of energy and energy markets.
Yeah.
So I think this combination of market design in India and legislative design in the UK, I think are ways we could be shaking hands.
Prue, there's a danger in all of this that we talk about this kind of top-level, big-picture stuff that we all might feel individually unable to contribute to. You've been looking at sort of city-level, more local-level applications. Just talk to me about what difference they are making and where we might all be involved in this transition.
Yes, so I work for London and Partners. We're the growth agency for London. And we're very much driven by the mayor and his policies. And he set a target of 2030 for net zero carbon a number of years ago. And that is driving innovation and behavior change in the city. He recommitted this target in the recent London growth plan that was launched, which is to turbocharge the economy in the next 10 years. And so what we're seeing is sort of three things about London that makes it really exciting. Is firstly the convergence of multiple different sectors. So you've got climate tech and those solutions developing, but you've also got AI, you've got design and creative, you've got financial services and fintech, and the talent associated with those sectors coming together in London. Secondly, you've got investment, and actually the VC investment, 1.7 billion invested in climate tech in 2024, is a really great number. But also at London Tech Week last week, it was announced 1.44 trillion was invested in tech across the whole of the UK, of which 59% of that is London. So we're seeing a lot of investment in these technology solutions so that we can grow them. Also, green finance is a key area, and actually UK and India are working together a lot on green finance models and mobilizing that finance. And then the third area really is the ecosystem itself. And how we can bring the right people together so clients and technology companies can find the customers that they want, and how they can globalize and how companies can come here and how they can be supported, checking there's the right incubators and test beds and so on. And I'll just close with a sort of couple of really key examples. We've been working with an Indian company called Off-Grid Energy, and they have a zinc a battery sort of chemistry solution for storage of solar and wind power. They've been partnering with Shell and Tata Power in India, and they wanted to expand into the UK. And we've been working closely with them as they expand, making the right connections for them, and they set up their facilities over here. So that's a really exciting example of an Indian company expanding over here. And then in the reverse, we've taken a couple of trade missions from London to India in the last couple of years. In fact, in December, we took an enterprise tech, so AI and sustainability trade mission to Mumbai and Bangalore. And a company that went on that is called Electric Miles. So they're a London company. And what they do is they help with EV charging so that it kind of evens out the peaks and troughs of charging requirements. So helps with leveling out the grid requirements. So they are looking at opportunities in India to expand over there. So this overall policy that's been set has driven innovation and behaviour change here. It's driving innovation from other countries, including India, into London, and also helping London companies go overseas as well.
Olivia, I think we're probably all relatively united on the need to transition to net zero. What are still the hurdles and what are still the challenges? And I'm thinking particularly around policy, but also technology. What's still holding us back?
I think doing this at scale is the challenge. So decarbonising our industries, we know how to do it. We know what needs to be done, and the UK has been spending time putting the business models together to make sure it's about taking away the cross-chain risks. So ensuring that there is somewhere to store the CO2 once it's captured, and vice versa. So really moving forward with those first projects, and then bringing in the investor community, bringing in insurers, as Ruth said, so that we can start really moving forward in terms of enabling these to be self-sustaining industries. But of course, then to do that, we've got to create the markets for those. So we're at this point of transitioning, but then we need to create markets for low carbon products. We need to ensure that, and governments need to work together to ensure that they're providing the framework for that, and whether that's mandates, whether that's incentives, creating that to ensure that we're then driving those markets in the initial stages while they can get going. And the same for carbon markets and removal markets and removal credits. We've seen in the voluntary market there are companies that are really driving this forward in a voluntary basis because they've committed to net zero by 2030. But as we move forward and do this at the scale at which we need to do it to get to net zero by 2050, we need to be expanding that market. And so I think it's now we're working on these first projects. We're really getting underway, and that's happening, in the UK particularly, but globally we're seeing the market develop. But moving towards this transition, so providing that map for industries to decarbonise and see their future, but also the markets which are going to drive those future products is really key, and that needs to be done on a global scale. So that's, we can't do that just the UK or just India or just the EU. We've got to work together to be able to really move those markets forward.
And quickly, are you confident that's happening?
I think it is happening now. Yes, it is, and there have been, there are some agreements that are now being formed. It's not happening fast enough, and I think it needs to happen on a more global scale. So the more that we can work together and build those partnerships, I think the more chance there is of that happening. But it does need to go faster to be able to give those signals.
And thank you. And Ruth, that brings me to my question about public-private partnerships. Has the conversation changed? Are you seeing that conversation change around not only the need to do it, but it sounds obvious, doesn't it, but the need to work together to tackle this?
Yeah, we've certainly seen that's been necessary in trying to get these first projects, to construction. The process has been bilateral and collaborative for a lot of the time. So government and industry working together to try to find solutions to who should bear what risk and how do we get the investor community comfortable with projects, very new technologies in some cases, in other cases old technologies but in a totally different application, different scale, for example. So yeah, that is happening, and I think for me it was really summed up, thinking about the first country actually to put in place large-scale CO2 transport and storage infrastructure, Norway, who have got Northern Lights facility, and I was privileged to visit there last year, and the DG of the government there said, we couldn't have done this without working collaboratively with the industry, with the local people, across government, all different parts of government, national, regional, and so forth. So, I think it really is. And across borders, because ultimately some of these facilities are going to serve multiple countries, and some of the SAF produced in India will need to come to Europe, and some of the, we need to be working to develop these global markets, as Olivia says, because that is what will be needed. But certainly I can see key corridors emerging. There are key markets like UK and India that are quite well suited to each other for some of these low carbon products, where you can do one element of it, say in India, and another element of it in the UK, and that can serve Europe. So, you know, I think there's some really useful collaborations there, and I think if governments embrace those and working proactively with the private sector, we can secure that. And I think one of the key things I've seen is standards, development of common standards is a real enabler. That and public procurement, so where government is buying stuff, government can use that power and that position, especially with a large, large country like India, to sort of set standards as well that can really sort of accelerate.
I mean, yeah, and Arun, about that plays to your point about common regulation, common standards. Again, are you confident that we are creeping closer to that stage?
Well, I think, as with everything, the glass is half full, half empty. I think what we've done is we've grabbed the low-hanging fruit. A lot of the vanilla deployment has happened. A lot of the tech development for the next generation technologies has happened. What we need to now focus on a lot more is, in addition to the partnerships and the policy harmonization and standards harmonization, is actually to think about supply chain in a very strategic manner. We are now talking about the energy transition as a driver of a new industrial era. And if we don't think about supply chains in a way that we're not trying to build protectionist sort of islands in our respective economies, but seeing exactly what components would India have more comparative advantage in, where would the UK have comparative advantage in, who else could be part of this link, where do the critical minerals come in, where do they get refined, where do they get recycled? I think if you line up a range of different policy measures that India has put forward, a taxonomy on green steel, the first in the world, the second largest green hydrogen mission in the world, a critical minerals mission, a huge target for renewables. You add it all up, as well as an emerging taxonomy on climate finance, you begin to see the policy architecture that could then, we were talking about space in the previous panel, dock into whatever is coming up in the UK as well.
But the reason I ask, I mean, when you talk about rare minerals or critical minerals, the exact opposite has happened. What's happening with China, with the United States. You know, what hope is there that that supply chain will not be dominated by one or two key players, either in extraction or refining?
So I think the focus has to be a lot more on the refining rather than on the extraction, and on the circular economy of minerals. Okay. Rather than everyone looking at, where else can I go and compete with the next person to buy up the next mine. What is happening globally is that the pendulum is swinging wildly onto the other side. There is, of course, worry about hyper-concentration on one end, but then everyone thinks that they can do it on their own. That's not going to work. I mean, we're sitting in the Science Museum, go to wherever the physics gallery is, you'll see eventually the swinging pendulum will come to a more stable equilibrium.
Yeah.
What we need to do using policy is to enable that more stable equilibrium.
And Prue, a final thought from you, if you will, in terms of, you talked there about the collaboration between cities, and there's a danger that once again, we look at this as a very localized problem, even though we know that this issue is hugely cross-border. Where in the world is doing this well? And, and let me flip the question, what will London learn from other countries?
Yeah, I mean, there's a group called C40, which is a group of cities, over almost 100, I think, cities that actually collaborate on city problems and challenges. And the co-chair is actually the Mayor of London at the moment. But they look at like what cities are doing and doing things well. And I mean, you touched on Norway. It was Norway earlier. I mean, the Nordic countries, cities like Copenhagen, and I was recently in Norway, actually in Trondheim and Oslo, and they've, because of their climate extremes, they've had to adapt over a long time, whether it's their buildings and being built in the best way. I mean, 75% of people in Norway drive electric vehicles, 75%. That's a huge proportion of the population. And so they have the infrastructure that goes along with that. So they've had to adapt, and I think those cities are ones where we could learn a lot. But then, Indian cities as well have things that they're doing really well. I went to Bangalore a few years ago, and the way you bring all your tech together in these big campuses and work together and collaborate really effectively. in large numbers is really, really good to solve problems as well. So yeah, and then London, as I say, I think we are a good example of doing certain things well, especially things like our ultra-low emission zone. And then just to finish on, we got London Climate Action Week next week. Maybe some of you in the room are going. There's nearly 900 events, and I think that's a great example of bringing people together to solve problems over intellectual events and networking and things like that.
Wonderful. Our time is up. Thank you. As always, and I always say this, go and find our lovely panelists if you want to talk some more about some of the things that they've raised. But Olivia, to Prue, to Arunaba, and to Ruth, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to move swiftly on, and you've got me for the next session as well. Apologies in advance. We're going to talk about deep tech, and we're going to talk about one of the big battles in deep tech, and that's about talent. Of course, deep tech, you will know, groundbreaking innovation, science, engineering requiring years of extensive research and development. Some suggest it is the new arms race, and in that battle, the talent is the ammunition. China making rapid progress in this field, but the UK and India's ambitions aren't enough just to win the war. So the key success, as I touched on, will be a skilled workforce. But what will that workforce look like, and where will it come from? So to discuss that, please welcome Joseph Mariathasan, who's the partner at Peak Ventures, Anna Avaliani, Director of Enterprise at the Royal Academy of Engineering, Bhavit Seth, who's the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder at Dream 11, and Ashkay Chaturveda, who's the founder of Leverage Edu. Welcome, please. Please come on in.
Yeah.
And I think we're just going to do a photo quickly.
Oh, I see. Right.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Thank you for your patience, because there's a lot for us to get through today, but delighted to see you all, so welcome. Joseph, let me maybe start with you, if I can, because you're a partner at Peak Ventures, and, you know, there's so much for us to talk about here, but I touched on the element of talent being the real battleground here, where that new source of talent and education will come from. Are you confident that the pipeline for talent in deep tech is there, and that we have the right people doing the right jobs right now?
Sorry, do you mean in the UK or in India? Or
both. Give me a sense.
India is producing huge amounts of talent. The IITs have now expanded in number over the last 30 years. There's huge numbers of them. The question is, where are they going and where are they staying? And a lot of them are actually going to the US. The problem in the UK is that, sure, that it's producing lots of talent. The UK has got 4 of the top 20 research universities in the world, in Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, and UCL. My son is an undergraduate at Imperial, just around the corner, studying biomedical engineering. He told me, Dad, I need to get a job in the States because there are no biomedical engineering companies in the UK apart from an Oxford Nanopore, who he's worked for once. So the problem with the UK is, I think there is a pipeline of talent coming through in terms of the engineering sector. But if you look at Imperial, all his engineering colleagues all want to go off and join the city because the city is paying such a multiple of what the engineering sector pays in the UK. So yes, the UK has lots of engineering talent, but they're not staying in engineering here.
So therefore contrast that to India, and it's a different picture.
Well, yes and no. I think there are more fundamental issues around the UK economy in that it can produce lots of innovation, but the market is too small for it to expand. So I'm a partner of a venture capital firm in India. I'm director of a couple of tech firms as well. But what we're doing in India is taking climate-related technologies from around the world and scaling them up in India. Now, one of the ideas we're really trying to push is the idea of setting up a UK fund to invest in UK university climate tech spin-outs that we can scale up in India. Because the problem is the UK market is just too small.
Right.
So rather than all of those clever academics come out with these wonderful products and then saying, let's go to the States, we're saying, well, look, actually, why don't we take this product, find an Indian partner, an Indian distributor, an Indian manufacturer, and and combine the scale of the Indian market with the innovation in the UK. And so we've got to find clever ways of getting around this problem that the UK market is, first of all, too small for many firms to grow. And secondly, the finance sector in the UK is attracting the best engineering minds. And my son wants to be an engineer, but he feels he can't stay in the UK.
And you've still not convinced him yet?
I'd love to. I mean, look, I'd love to, you know. Maybe get a girlfriend here or something, force him to stay here. But you know, I don't want him to go to America. I want him to stay here. But what can I say to him?
Yeah, actually on that point, you know, so if Joseph says there is the talent, you know, where you come in is sort of upskilling, reskilling, you know, this next generation of talents, isn't it, using technology to do so. Where are the gaps? You know, because I suppose with your firm, you are addressing those gaps in the skilling.
Well, thanks for having me. I agree to a very large extent with what was said, but I think what's also important is that the Indian curriculum as it exists today, it's not as advanced as we would like to think it is. And I think I'm going back to the question you kind of first asked him, is the pipeline really big enough?
Yeah.
I somehow think it is not. And I think I have a front row seat to that. You have the IITs, but what do the IITs kind of total up to? They total up to a few thousand students in a country which needs 42 million seats. And then you, of course, combine it with what is happening with the British universities here. You combine it with the innovation that happens here. And I think the first steps that have been taken with the UK-India FTA, I think they essentially follow on some of these things, where you're saying that, hey, if we come together, we can essentially compete with some of the larger markets. We can together bring in that talent plus innovation ecosystem and sell to the European market, sell to the Southeast Asian ecosystem. And I think that together can essentially be way more competitive than both the nations individually in their current capacities. So yeah, there are those inklings of sorts which can lead on to something bigger. But I would, in a very honest way, say that both India and UK individually are not great talent pipes per se for deep tech as it stands today.
Anna, is Joseph right that talent is moving elsewhere? That we can't hold on to it in this country?
Well, I would dare to disagree. I would dare to disagree from where I see it and what I see. So I work at the Royal Academy of Engineering, and we are supporting some of the best, amongst other things, we're supporting some of the best engineers and technologists who are looking to start up and grow their companies. And what we see is UK continues to be the talent magnet. You know, we've got many of, if I look at our portfolio companies, about a third are started by people who have actually moved to the UK to study, and then they have decided to remain here and start up and grow their businesses here. So deep tech is what we do well here in the UK. You know, my fellow panelists have mentioned the institutions in the UK that are continuing to produce some of the best talent, some of the best research and development is happening in this country, and that is across the whole spectrum of deep tech. You know, life sciences, we have about a third of our 450 strong portfolio is life sciences and deep tech. Do we have enough life sciences and healthcare? You know, so talent is definitely here. European tech is exciting. UK is a good place for people to start business. There is availability of startup capital, growth capital, potentially a challenge there, but there are initiatives that are beginning to be rolled out, you know, to tackle that problem. So yes, I would say that UK continues to be a talent magnet.
I think the gap is really in the growth capital that you just mentioned, because the natural investor for risk capital in the UK used to be the UK pension funds. In the year 2000, UK pension funds had 75% of their assets in global equities, of which 70% of that was UK equities. Today, UK pension funds have less than 6% in UK equities. Less than 6%. Now, let that sink in. It's moved in from 70% in UK equities to less than 6%.
But that's beginning to change with AIM and companies.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not at all. I mean, the problem at the moment is that the defined benefit schemes, which were the big schemes, have all de-risked because of legislation following the Maxwell affair and globalization. They're trying to get DC, defined contribution schemes, to invest more in risk capital, but that's a slow process. So the natural investor in UK's risk capital has disappeared. And that's the real challenge for the UK at the moment. Yeah, at the venture stage, it's fine. At the growth capital stage. When you're talking about 300 million upwards, 500 million upwards, the natural investors disappeared, and that's a huge problem.
Yes, that is indeed a problem, but equally we're seeing the impact of Mansion House reform, so which is an initiative that has been designed to tackle that very problem. We would like to see it translated into action much faster, but there are certainly some real positive moves. So if I look at the deep tech venture capital firms here in the UK, there's about 50 plus of them that are active, and we have seen some significant fundraisers in recent past. So Cambridge Innovation Capital is one of those that has raised a significant fund to invest in deep tech. So yes, growth capital is a challenge, but there are interesting initiatives that are afoot that we hope are going to make a significant difference. And we are also seeing some of the international investors coming to London and more actively seeking to invest in UK-based companies. The best ecosystem is where you have this kind of homegrown as well as international capital, and we haven't got the balance right just yet, but moving in the right direction.
That's right, but one of the things I'm very keen on is the idea of maybe getting some of the homegrown investors to invest in startups that we can scale up in India and take the best of both worlds.
Yes. I mean, we with Imperial, interesting you mentioned Imperial. So the Academy is partnering with Imperial College London to deliver a program called Science and Technology Venture Capital Fellowship Program, which is trying to address that sort of challenge around deep tech investing. So we've got deep tech and life sciences investors, mid-career investors who we hope are going to become fund managers going forward, and start investing more aggressively in deep tech companies here in the UK. And this is one of the UK government initiatives as well.
Bhavit, let me bring you in at this point. You're sitting patiently here next to me. Talk to me, because in some respects you're a sort of customer of some of this tech at the other end of the scale, but you're focusing on developing grassroots innovation and skill set in terms of the next generation. Talk to me about where you need that to be, what that looks like for you, and whether you are confident that it is happening.
Yeah, as you said, we are at that confluence of sports and technology, and we need to be at the forefront of tech innovation, and which means that we have to get good talent. One of the things we realize now is that the talent coming in is more ready to embrace new tech than the talent that's already there, because it's difficult for people to change. It takes time for people to change. So when we get new talent in and we train them on new technology, it's easier for them to pick it up and use that as status quo for them, right? So obviously, for us, AI has become very, very significant. ML has become very significant. And what we realized also with India is that there was a certain talent pool, and there's a certain amount of capability that was there with Indian talent. And so we wanted to expand that capability set. So what we did is we actually tied up with Columbia University to get access to their PhD students, their professors, and then we hired a few people out there as well to work on difficult problems that our people could not really solve. But at the same time also train people in India, the people in our team, so that we can upskill them over time. And in fact, we've just last week signed a similar agreement with University of Liverpool. And we want to do this joint research initiative where we have the data, we have the problem sets, and we are trying to find, the best talent out there, whether it be, Columbia University or Liverpool or anywhere else, to be able to, use that data set to solve problems. And in the process also upskill people. And I think that's where, we really are focusing on. The other thing is very different kind of grassroots. We also focus on athletes, and we focus on how to get athletes from grassroots to professional athletes. And one of the things that we are working out on with these athletes is a lot of sports science programs. whether the athlete is suitable for a sport or not at a young age, bases certain movements of the body, certain body structure, and certain parameters that we've developed by using a lot of athlete data.
Yep.
And now we actually are investors in Salford City FC as well, which is a Division 2 club in UK. And we get a lot of data from there, and that that's something that we can extend to Salford City. That once we build this model, once we have that data, how do we use the collaboration to actually bring our sports science models here to Salford? And so that's, these are kind of initiatives that we are doing in deep tech, where we try to upskill talent because there's only a certain talent pool available. So how do you expand that?
Yep.
And then how does that help whether the business or whether it be our foundation side of things?
So actually, I mean, that point that there's only a certain amount of talent, how do we expand that pool? That's partly your job. And I said in that introduction that, deep tech is the new arms race, talent is the ammunition. I mean, is that a fair kind of assessment of how critical this is and could be?
In my humble opinion, very humble opinion, 1000%. You can have the IP, you can have the billions of dollars, you can have all of those interesting things, and yet if you don't have talent, essentially it will all gonna go poof to zero.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't think enough countries, including, and I agree with what you said, Anna, BII, BBB, all are making more investments, it's getting better. LSE has started off AIM, which is ensuring more growth capital for companies in that stage. But all said and done, from a policymaker perspective, we still don't view talent as critical infrastructure, as it should. We often think of it from the lens of, as I was saying before, when we're kind of getting mic'd up, immigration / more white papers, 24 to 18 months, 5 years to 10 years, blah, 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 blah. I think we need to kind of start taking it from the perspective of, hey, this is critical infrastructure, and if we don't have this, if we don't win this war on talent, as we were kind of talking right before, we will essentially lose this battle to either Germany or Poland, which has made a great leap in their fortunes over the last decade, or to the US, which has done this the best over the course of last, you would say, half a century.
Yeah.
So I think the UK needs to change its lens of looking at talent, and that in itself, I think your question is kind of, in some sense, a prophecy, right? If that happens, UK and India are bound to win together. Goes back to my original comment.
Yeah, and Anna, that's a similar question for you in the sense of how academia lines up then with the real world, and how we make those links better, that we're training that next generation properly, and also that there is an education around the importance of that learning for the next generation of jobs that will be available.
Yes, absolutely. So I don't think there is any lack of understanding of the importance of talent. The academic institutions in this country are very much in that business, and there is also quite a close collaboration with industry, because that is the only way one can train up talent that is fit for purpose. Do we know what the skills of tomorrow are? It's difficult to tell, right? I mean, there are jobs that exist now that absolutely did not exist 20 years ago, and in 20 years' time there will be jobs that will exist that we have no idea about now. But we understand the direction of travel. We know that green jobs are important. We know that AI is going to play a very, very important part in our future. So, making sure, one of the things that the Academy is doing at the moment, we're setting up a brand new skills center in many ways to address that challenge, the challenge of skills shortage, because we don't in this country have enough engineers, and address that challenge around, building a workforce that's future-proof and suitable for what's to come.
And Joseph, a final thought from you on what's to come. If we use your son as a sort of anecdotal example, what is your, get your crystal ball out. What is your best bet on what this looks like over the next decade? Where is the money going, and where are the skills?
Yeah, well, what I would hope will happen is, as Anna mentioned, the Mansion House Accord is trying to persuade defined contribution schemes to put 10% of their assets into risk capital. If that did happen, you'd get 50 billion or more going into the sort of companies we're talking about. The real problem, I think, in the UK isn't the pipeline of talent coming out of the universities. It's actually keeping them in the UK because or keeping them in the engineering sector in the UK, because the finance sector dominates so strongly. See, when I left university, I did a doctorate in physics at Oxford 40 years ago. When I left, 70% of all the jobs in physics and engineering in the UK were in the defense sector because it was the height of the Cold War. Then the Berlin Wall fell down and the Cold War ended, and all those scientists and engineers all joined the city, as did I, because that's where all the money was. Today, the money is still there in the city. Maybe the defense sector grows up again. My son even told me, my mother-in-law sent an email this morning saying, it looks as though there's going to be World War III. And my son said, no, there's not, but there's loads of jobs in the defense sector now. And that's the tragedy of it, that the UK still needs to put money into engineering companies and see them grow into unicorns. And how do we actually create that? I don't think there's a shortage of talent. I think there's a shortage of money going into growth capital.
At that point, we will leave it. Really nice to see you all. Thank you. To Akshay, to Anna, to Bhavat, and to Joseph, thank you so much. It's a fascinating conversation. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. I'm going to move as well because I found even hotter as well. Really great to see you. Thank you very much. So we talked a little bit, didn't we, there about some of the challenges when it comes to technology. I want to talk about and return to energy as well, because we touched on that a little bit already today. We spoke about energy security, the challenges of ensuring resilience, but the race to net zero also sparking that wave of billion-dollar green unicorns. In our next session, I want us to examine whether the UK-India clean tech ecosystem is really driving meaningful change on decarbonization or simply chasing valuations. I will introduce you to my panel in just a moment, but please welcome Greg Jackson, who's the Chief Executive of Octopus. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. Please, grab a seat.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, and there's a lot for us to chat about. Talk to me, though, first of all, about the journey, because it's been quite a journey for Octopus, and particularly around sort of, the net zero and the green credentials. Talk about, for a room like this, what does Octopus stand for when it comes to energy security, the transition to net zero and clean energy?
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, instead of promoting Octopus, I guess it's worth thinking a little bit about what really matters, because that'll tell what we stand for and why. There's a great book on business by a guy called John Kay. He's a professor at London Business School. He also writes for the FT, I think. And it's called Obliquity. And the subheading is Why Our Goals Are Best Achieved Indirectly. And really what he examines is the importance of building businesses that do something fundamental, rather than chasing a short-term trend or profit. And so when you ask that question there about, for example, what we do for energy security and so on, I think we didn't set out with the energy security at the top of our agenda, but we did set out with the fundamentals of a better energy system. Right. And I think a better energy system, fundamentally, is one which doesn't contribute to climate change, in fact, which helps tackle our impact on climate. It's one that's cheaper than the existing energy system. And it's one that is better for customers, consumers, and businesses than the existing one. And so we set out to create a solution that would deliver on those objectives. Because we all came from a technology background, my co-founder, James here, is sort of the Richard Rogers of software, a brilliant technical architect. The way we wanted to achieve this was through tech. Now, I think when you're creating something that's better, a fascinating, rather than chasing a short-term trend, for example, we've never said we're an ESG stock. We've always said we're an energy technology stock. And I think what it means is that when the world changes, you're still relevant. Whereas I think, for example, what we're seeing right now, as we have the Trump administration, we have countries around the world worrying about the cost of net zero. By the way, we also have the challenges of energy security, our reliance on fossil fuels, which have proved to be a very unreliable partner. As we see all these changes, companies that set out to deliver on the fundamentals are more relevant now than ever before. And I hope that applies for us, but I think it applies for any entrepreneur when they're thinking about what they're going to build. And so for us, what we've always thought is how do we harness the incredible technology advances of renewables. Look, solar is 98% cheaper now than it was in 2004. Grid-scale batteries are 90% cheaper than they were just a decade ago. Electric vehicles have gone from being a 100 grand Tesla to the cheapest one you can buy in the UK is £11,000. And in countries that have got three-wheeled vehicles and high proportions of two-wheeled vehicles, you've got vehicles that are 5 times cheaper than the fossil fuel equivalent, right? So how do you harness all these changing technologies for a better solution? And by the way, the reality is, if we can go back to fundamentals, we've got every opportunity of delivering vastly more energy security, much more cheaply, and by the way, it's not going to knacker the climate.
I'll come on to the tech in just a sec. You talked about wanting to come and do something radically different and shake up a market. There's also a feeling that, the minute you arrive at that, you hit a whole wall of obstacles. Talk to me about those obstacles. In what is a pretty old, staid, traditional market, what did you have to overcome?
Yeah, well, I think there are lessons in this for governments and for entrepreneurs. But the first thing is, we built businesses before. I'm a middle-aged entrepreneur, so this is like my 5th business. And I built businesses before which have done things radically differently. I think there were 2 major obstacles that apply in energy that don't apply as much in any other sector. The first one is the power of incumbents. So when you're building out in the traditional tech sector, you're often building into white space. You're creating solutions where there's never been a product before. You're competing against an opportunity that hasn't yet been built out, not against incumbents. But in energy, almost every unit of power we deliver is replacing someone else. And typically, the someone else is the most powerful industry, other than maybe defense, the world has ever seen. The power of oil and gas companies is extraordinary. But even the power of incumbent electricity companies, many of which used to be part of governments and sometimes still are. And so when you have a new solution, they can feel very threatened. Now, we've tried to work with them. Like, for example, we license our technology to those companies. But the second barrier, it compounds the issue. And I think that is that electricity in particular is so heavily controlled by legacy regulation that change is difficult. Look, I'll use the UK as an example, but by the way, the UK is actually one of the better markets. By law, our generation and consumption have to be connected to the grid. So I can have customers who want cheap, clean electricity, and I can have investors who want to back us to build cheap, clean generation, but we can't connect them because we have to wait till the bureaucratic process, 5, 10, 15 years to connect to the grid is completed. And even when we do connect them, we have to abide by the outdated regulation that manages the grid. So for example, look, we've got many customers where we can give them super cheap electricity if they use more when it's sunny, and then we have a load of solar farms that generate that. And we can match them, and they can have the cheapest power that's ever existed, because as soon as it hits the grid, it gets treated in an entirely commoditized way that doesn't allow us to exploit the physics of the new system. And so I think in energy, we've got incumbent thinking in governments and regulators who own the route to market, and you've got incumbent energy companies who could be part of this change, but don't necessarily, asking the incumbents to deliver this new system would be like asking, the newspaper industry to deliver the internet. Now, I love the newspaper industry, but other people delivered it, and then the newspaper industry learned how to use it very well. Yep. And I think we're at a stage here where we need to deliver this future, and then incumbents will do pretty well, but right now they're blocking it.
If you could change one regulation, then what would it be? That?
Yeah, you basically have much more dynamic pricing on grids.
Right.
Locational pricing, time-based pricing. You'd have much lower fixed costs, because the fixed costs kill the ability to capitalize on the cheapest electricity when it's windy and when it's sunny. Because the assumption has always been that it is the job of the central operator to balance the system. But what we're increasingly finding is that if you give customers choice, they use more and more at the cheapest times. And look, that doesn't mean that people can't turn the lights on. Of course, that's ridiculous. What it means is that if they've got an electric vehicle, it is mad to charge it when the grid is at peak load, and it is incredibly cheap to charge it when the grid has got loads of sunshine. Similarly, if you've got, and by the way, you don't need to think about it, of course, these things have got supercomputers, they can optimize themselves. The grid is the sort of analog back road that's preventing this. And similarly, you know, industrial users. I was talking to a data center company, and they said, look, you know, we need to be near London. And I said, what if the electricity is half price? And they said, we're going to Scotland, right? And it's like understanding that the old world, where price didn't matter, because all you're doing is throwing coal in a generating station, doesn't fit today's technologies.
And how much of your, or how many of your problems are caused by sort of legacy infrastructure rather than just the technology? Because the technology is there to deliver it, isn't it?
I mean, we've got all the technology. Like, I meet incredible companies working on things like fusion.
Yeah.
Brilliant, that'd be amazing, right? But a bit like the first iPhone shipped with a wireless protocol called Edge. Today, if you get that letter E on your phone, you turn it off and write a letter because it's got higher bandwidth, it's faster. But Edge was enough to generate the smartphone revolution. We didn't have to wait for 5G. And in the same way, like the combination of wind and solar with a little bit of battery, and if we really need it, some gas as backup, can give us a virtually clean power system that's dramatically cheaper and more resilient than today. And the only thing stopping it is we've got these great big legacy monolith grids regulated in such a way that it completely prevents these technologies doing what they can for consumers and for businesses.
And as you said, technology has allowed you to be disruptive in a way that you've taken on some of the big players. What are the problems you still haven't solved? And if you're a tech firm now, what could they come to you with and say, you know what, here's something that'll fix that problem?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, look, there's a great story about, there's a footballer called George Best who played for Manchester United. He was a remarkable, remarkable footballer. And the tabloid newspapers were every week full of the disasters of his life. And then there's a story where one day his team had just won another trophy and they were staying at a hotel. And one of the guys who worked in the hotel accidentally walked in his room and they saw him lying naked on the bed, surrounded by the money from the winnings. He was lying with someone of the gender that he likes to interact with intimately, who happened to be Miss World at the time. And they were surrounded by empty champagne bottles. And the hotel worker goes like, George, where did it all go wrong? And so I think there's this thing where we can always complain about the problems, as I'm doing now. But the reality is, what a privilege to be where we are today, that we can say we have tested at scale and developed solutions that are really working. We're privileged to be able to now talk to governments, regulators, incumbents, and to incredible rooms like this about the very real path to the future. And the biggest challenge now is getting over the one question, which is people always go, yes, but. So when we first started doing this stuff, bringing really cheap electricity that people loved consuming at cheap times, they go, yes, but that only works because you're small. So we got big. And they go, yeah, but that only works because you've got different customers. So we went and bought up customer bases that are representative of everyone else. And then they go, yeah, but that only works in the UK. So we've done it in France and Italy, Germany, Spain, Japan. We've done it in New Zealand and Texas. We've done it in Canada. And then they go, yes, but it won't work here. And it's like, look, eventually, let's admit it, this stuff works. And so like the biggest challenge now is engaging governments, regulators, and grids around the world to take on incumbents in order to bring their citizens cheaper power through renewables. And I'm seeing, like, what was great is it's like a petri dish, because you see pockets of this growing around the world now. So we're beginning to see outbreaks where you've got community energy projects in India, you've got projects in Africa, you've got projects in South America, you've got projects, you know, in the community project in the US. And the incredible thing is, do you know where in the world is doing this best? There are two places. One is China, because of the commitments their government made in 2004. Incredible progress on EV. 60% of all the renewables deployed in the world last year were deployed in China. The world should look at Chinese electrification and realize that, I think in the words of a recent newspaper article, they're building the world's first electro-state. And when they're able to power their society on unbelievably cheap, totally secure solar, powering the world's biggest fleet of the world's best and cheapest electric vehicles, and increasingly their industry is going to be powered by this stuff, we'll see that they've reached escape velocity for all of the problems that fossil fuels cause. Of course, today, they've got too many coal power stations, but they're going to reach peak fossil fuels maybe this year, maybe next year, worst case year after. They're planning on no petrol stations by 2045. That's the big thing. The other incredible case study is Texas, right? Now, no one thinks of Texas as being full of like woke, hippie, renewable lovers, but it's got more renewables than any other state in the US. And that's because they've got a free market, so people can build the cheapest power where they want it, and they've got very few planning restrictions, so you can build it. And collectively, that's giving them such cheap power that Texas is attracting more manufacturing industry than I think any other state in the US. And in the US, what you're seeing is things like data centers now being built where you've got cheap power you can build quickly. So I guess, to me, these are like, we've got some great case studies as a company, but when I look around the world, those are places that should inspire all of us. And it's not about politics, it's really about economics.
Greg, I could talk to you all day. I know you've got to go, though, so I'm going to let you go. But thank you. Really nice to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you,
Greg
everyone.
Jackson, Chief Executive of Octopus. Thank you.
Cheers.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you all both. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. I want to continue that conversation that I know Greg has to dash off, but if I can welcome Neha Manik-Tala, who's Head of Climate Tech Investments and Innovation at JP Morgan. Neha, nice to see you. Jay Maddock, who's Managing Director of Intralink, and Yuji Shirata, who is Vice President Invest India, who I believe is joining us virtually, I'm hoping. Yes, good. I'm told that is the case, so let me sit here. Nice to see you both, and let me know, guys, when Yuji is able to join us. But Neha, let me start with you here. Really interesting there to hear from Greg about some of the work that's been done, particularly around sort of tech in this space. Give me a sense of where that innovation is coming from, and crucially, I guess, where the money is coming from to fund that innovation.
Thank you. With climate, where the money's coming from, there's a broad sort of spectrum of investors. And I think it goes back to what do we actually mean by climate tech businesses? Climate tech is companies that address mitigation, adaptation, and resilient solutions for climate. And within that, you have a range of solutions that are everything from software to AI solutions to hardware and deep tech. So as we look at that framework, you have quite different types of companies within that. Software and AI, it mirrors largely what you see in the wider technology landscape. So there's a lot of venture capital money over there. There's a lot of growth capital and private equity. It's deep tech and hardware where you start to see more challenging because the business model is quite different. And so the capital needs are much higher. The number of rounds that are required to reach just break even is much higher. And they tend to mirror more of infrastructure businesses in some way than, say, a classic software business. So the way we evaluate the funding sources, the capital needs are quite different for hardware and deep tech, and the framework we apply is different. Within climate, we often hear about the missing middle, which is that you have quite a lot of companies which are at the pilot stage, which will attract grants and VC funding in order to get those pilots off the ground. The challenge is moving from that to first-of-a-kind projects, which is where you see a lot of companies not able to raise. And there's a lot of funding then again at the late stage for infrastructure, commercially scalable businesses. So how do you fund the missing middle where there's a lot of challenge in actually making it commercially viable? We have to come up with innovative solutions, and we're starting to see some of that happen. There's a mix of blended finance, project finance solutions, debt solutions. There is obviously equity capital in there. There is catalytic capital that's starting to come in, and it is through those blend of instruments that you start to see unlock some of the capital that is needed. And so the range of capital sources is different. How you think about the structure of the business, whether you're raising it at the holdco or the project finance level. Again, these are complex for early businesses, but the right investors, especially climate tech, domain, deep knowledge investors, will know how to guide companies on that bit. And the last point I'll make is there are the strategic investors like us and others have a very important role to play as well.
Yeah, and Jay, you're nodding along. I mean, you're one of those guides, aren't you? You help firms, in the tech space to scale up from innovation to large-scale deployment. You do that in the tech space. Talk to me about the clean tech space and how that's changed and what you're able to do to help those firms scale.
Absolutely, thank you. And so prior to my time at Interlink, I was actually with a clean tech and clean energy investor called Foresight Group, where we were predominantly investing in renewables and energy transition solutions, but we saw the sort of theory of change around sustainability stretching beyond energy into other resource systems, food production in particular. And so we were one of the first backers of sort of vertical farming businesses in the UK, which are a good example of the kind of solutions Neha was talking about there is climate deep tech. And I remember actually when we were started speaking to that business, they were just looking to raise venture capital, and we sat down with them. We understood their technology stack, what they're looking to do, the business model they had, the kind of customers they were going for, and we said actually, well, what you need the capital for is not business growth, but it's to build your first commercial scale facility. Yeah. Have you guys understood that maybe there are other capital sources out there that are more capital efficient, more effective, and that's where infrastructure equity sort of comes in. So the way you structure, of course, the investment is important, but it's also the support that you give those businesses as they grow, as they develop in managing the risks that are relevant to them and their business at that time. So, for example, a vertical farming business that's been predominantly involved in developing a technology stack and growing plants, doesn't actually understand what it takes to build a large infrastructure facility. And so stepping in with project financing experience, project development support, that was a real value add that we were able to bring to their business. And then as that facility got away, the business continued to grow and it delivered impact. It also continued to raise funding in more traditional sort of venture forms, which would facilitate the growth of the team. There's an example of how capital sources can be diversified and broadened, and I think that needs to happen in economies like India now.
Yeah, and you touched on that balance as well, and I'm hoping, Sujata, I'm hoping you can hear us, and if you can, very welcome to you joining us there online. We know that small firms, startups, they're nimble. They have the power for innovation, but we know that it's the big firms, the legacy firms that have the deepest pockets to roll that out. How do we make sure we get that balance right, do you think?
Thank you for the question. Is my voice audible? Can you hear me? Okay, lovely. So thank you for the question. And then just wanted to start. India, as all of us know, is the most populous country in the world and also the one of the fastest growing economies. This offers a very compelling case study for climate ambition in action. As we all know, the world has a finite budget of CO2 emissions to maintain the temperature range, and we are the third largest emitter of CO2, wherein our real GDP is again growing at around 6.5% per annum. And our 2047 ambition is to make ourselves a developed country, which is almost 8 times the current GDP, and also in terms of our per capita income growing at 9 times. So that means we also have very unique challenge, which is to balance growth with climate ambition and our commitment of net zero by 2070 and other commitments of 2030 where we want to achieve our NDCs, our renewable energy target. So all these things give us a unique canvas to balance growth, to balance economic aspiration, to balance our own consumerism, and also the aspirations of many startups and large companies. So we need to navigate very carefully while also not curtailing the innovation and the advancement ecosystem. We also offer a very diverse climate and geography. So that means any solution which is successful in India can be scaled up across global south. The large domestic market is very attractive for startups getting into climate tech because climate tech is now no more any sector agnostic. It is cutting across sectors. So that means there is a good problem to solve, a good case study to make, But also there is a challenge that how do we ensure that while these startups are nimble and successful, how do we also keep them within the boundaries and also not get greedy or, lose the traction what they are built on. So I would simply put what we do at Invest India and also by the government of India under a broad 4-point framework under the acronym I would say as GIFT GIFT. So to ensure this, one is the G in GIFT is the government initiatives, which is primarily focused on how do we enable startups and ensure that they deliver the uh, problem that they are trying to solve and also become scalable and also stay relevant in the long run. So there are many such schemes, and the primary one I want to talk about is the Startup India initiative. We are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world with almost 100 plus unicorns currently in the ecosystem. Amongst the 150,000 registered government registered startups, there are almost around 4,000 clean tech startups. Now, when we talk about these clean tech startups, we have unique support system for them, so that their efforts are not only aim to solve India's problem, but also how do we drive them into how do we make India as a laboratory of low carbon innovation and also a hub for cost effective climate solutions. So one is the various government initiatives, which is seed funding, grant, support, and mentoring system through the Atal Innovation Mission. The second is that how do we create a cohesive investment and funding ecosystem along with mentoring at various stage. So we see a very increased significant increase in venture capital and private equity investments into clean tech startups. Innovative financing solutions like green bonds, impact investing are also emerging to support early stage startups. So with various ecosystem coming together, the main challenge is how do they stay relevant, how do we showcase success stories, but also showcase that it is okay to fail, but then it is okay to get up and run. So some of the successful startup stories from India is one is Renew Power, which is one of the largest renewable energy IPPs in India, which is currently listed on NASDAQ. The second I would like to mention is Ether Energy, which is an electric scooter startup, which is transforming urban mobility, which is need for countries such as India. And also I'm sure that it is a model which can be replicated across global south and also developed countries. So there are many such startups which are in the ecosystem which are showcased. There is a paying forward system where we are able to nurture new and young startups which is coming. So that there again, I would say a fostering system, which is currently available, which is in collaboration with research institutions and large corporates, where the startups are helping to solve real world problems. So what we are trying to do is that give them a problem and let the startups come up with solutions which can solve real world problems. So that is what we are looking at. And the fourth, I would say, is technological advancement in terms of how startups are using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics to develop scalable and efficient solutions for clean energy, waste management, and sustainable agriculture. So, global investors and governments are also expected to play a critical role by co investing, de risking innovation, and fostering cross border collaboration, especially the current India UK FTA. So, over to you. I hope I was audible.
New firms that are getting into this space, I wonder now how you identify the ones that are truly scalable, the ones that can have the biggest difference, and the ones that, frankly, are not just greenwashing. You know, they have the power to actually make a real difference. Just talk to me about how you identify those.
It's a challenge. It's very crowded, like just in the engineered carbon removal space where we have done quite a lot of activity, our own offset purchasing. There must be like 300-400 companies just there, right? So it's about identifying, benchmarking, doing your due diligence. But there's various things you also look for. Aside from the classic metrics you look for in startups and technology companies, you look for offtake agreements, advanced market commitments, what's the signal there, how are these companies positioned with their technology versus others. There are also emerging, say, MRV technologies to help you actually figure out greenwashing and what is the quality of the offsets being offered, standards. And there's an emerging market standards which are starting to happen in these industries. So it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of knowledge, and climate does require quite a lot of that deep knowledge to invest and participate in.
Yeah, and just a similar question to you, Jay, because there's, these billion-dollar unicorns are now emerging. And it's easy for us to kind of pay a lot of attention to them with those sorts of valuations. But how do you make sure that these firms actually are delivering on their promise and they're not just chasing a valuation?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think you look for some of the fundamentals, right? So you look for, have they got the right approach to capital, like we discussed? Have they got a business model where profitability and impact are, fundamentally interlinked, and profitability isn't coming despite impact, it's coming because of impact? Have they got, the right levels of engagement across the industry with, trade bodies, regulators, the likes? And also, I think there will be a lot of focus on energy, and rightly so, but there need to be kind of more facilitative programs now to look beyond the energy problems and look into areas like nature-based solutions, food and agriculture tech. I think there is with India's prowess in the agriculture sector, I think the next wave of clean green unicorns from India will emerge in that space. So how do we make sure that we have the right support, mentorship, guidance, for them? They have the right task forces in place. We've got the UK-India Offshore Wind Task Force, for example, which is a great program, provides a lot of structured support to businesses in that. But it now needs to broaden beyond energy. And so I think we have the right models. We understand why businesses have worked and why they failed. We just need to work more closely together across the corridor now to support the next wave of unicorns.
Jay, Neha, Yuji, thank you so much for being with us. It's such a brilliant way for us to start our next debate. So, ladies and gents, please say thank you to my panel, first of all. Thank you. Nice to see you. Neha, I know you're going to stick around as well. You're going to be on our punters panel. Yes, so please take a seat down there. Thank you. We now move on to our quite fun session. This is Pitchers and Punters. It's where innovation meets opportunity. So startups will pitch their cutting-edge solutions in clean tech and AI to our jury of investors, to corporates, and to policymakers. So quick reminder of the rules. They'll each get 5 minutes to pitch their idea, then they'll get 5 minutes of questions and hopefully some answers that they can give to the judges. We're going to be very strict on timing. They get a strict 5 minutes for each thing. So let me introduce you to our punters. They are Neha Manaktala, who you just met on the panel, Head of Climate Tech Investments and Innovation at JP Morgan, Richard Hild, who's the MD of Public Policy at the EET, James Edison, who's the co-founder and CTO at Octopus, and Bhavit Seth, who you've met already, who is the co-founder of Dream 11. So let me welcome up our first pitcher, who I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, here is Akash Gupta, who's the CEO of Zip Electric India. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here. I think I was just chatting with so many people. London was not like this earlier, right? London was much cooler, right? Now, I think a lot of people are wearing jackets, but I can see them sweating, right? That's climate change for all of us. And I think that was the reason why I started this business about 8 years back. I come from Gurgaon, Delhi, India, right? Been building this for the last 8 years. Prior to that, computer engineer, MBA, worked for 10 years in the corporate world. That's our journey, right? It's a valley of death, frankly. Building an EV business is not easy. But somehow we kind of figured out someone who just gave us a check, hey, you're doing something okay. We're helping you. But frankly, this is the period when we were doing some bike sharing, scooter sharing projects, and then we realized it's a big failure. And then we pivoted towards just a little bit before COVID, when we had about 300 scooters. We pivoted towards an opportunity to say that, hey, Last mile delivery is growing at a very rapid pace in India, right? And if we can decarbonize last mile delivery, then I think we'll be possibly building an amazing business, solving the social change as well as the environmental change in that process, right? So yeah, roughly about 300 million is the size of the company. E-commerce in India is booming. I think a lot of you don't know, but and maybe it's happening here, but in India, we order at least 2 to 3 shipments a day, which gets delivered at our doorsteps in 8 minutes, right? It's a crazy industry which just built out of nowhere in the last 3 years, and it's just the start of it. That's growing at a 31% CAGR. There are 2 million delivery partners on the road who are riding an ICE vehicle, which is, one, creating pollution. Second, also it's very costly for them to run these vehicles, right? Because of the fuel cost, right? So these 2 million people are our target segment who we would love to move towards electric vehicles, and that's the tech stack that Zip has been able to build, right? Typically, these individuals can't afford a vehicle. They do not get a bank loan. They are not having the capacity to pay even the down payment for these vehicles, right? Which is where Zip comes in, right? What Zip does is provides them the top quality vehicle, which is engineered because of the data points that we carry. We know the failure points of what is not working in India, whether it's a battery, vehicle, motor, controller, whatever, right? So we build the best vehicle. We get it financed on our own through fintech models, and then we offer them on a daily rental plan, right? And these individuals are now earning about $1,000, right? A person who was a guard roughly earns about $200. When he becomes a delivery partner, he starts making $500,000, right? He becomes a micro entrepreneur, right? So yeah, about 18,000 vehicles active on the road. 53 million is the equity that we've raised so far. 58 million is our revenue size. We've delivered 110 million orders, all green, and in that process, we've saved 45 million kilos of carbon, right? That's a quick nutshell. And the good part is that we are only in 3 markets in India, which means we are scratching the surface. 2 million, we are roughly 20,000, so we have 1% of the market. And which is, so a simple scooter, which gets used into multiple segments of food delivery, quick commerce, bike taxi, mid-mile. We do deliveries for Coke also now, right? And the largest food delivery, e-commerce, Uber, Amazon, everyone is where we work for. That's what I was saying, that if a delivery partner moves from an ICE vehicle to a Zip, he starts saving 20% more, which is $60 on a total earnings of about $300. That's huge if you get that incentive. Model is very simple. We don't manufacture vehicles. We basically get our OEMs in India to build custom spec for us. We don't buy these vehicles on our books. We have leasing partners who lease it out to us, right? What we are is a tech platform where data plays the key. Data of vehicles constantly gets churned out to bring better efficiencies. Data of delivery partners constantly churns out the best credit profile of who's the person whom we should rent out, right? When we should clock it, when we should unlock it. It's all IoT enabled, it's all smart vehicles which are running around the road, yeah? So there's a lot of tech. I think there's a lot of businesses which are built around this, but nobody has been able to build it, one, profitably, second, successfully, right? Because one, EV is new, it's tough. What we've been able to do is to kind of find that sweet spot after failing at least 4 or 5 times, and after almost touching the valley of death at least 3 to 4 times in this journey, right? I think since the time is limited, I'll take you to the best slide, which is the money slide, right? So India IPOs are going crazy. We have our plans to go IPO over the next 2 to 3 years. What we are planning to do now, while the businesses are about 54 million, right? We are about 6 months away from profitability, which is EBITDA. About 400K is what we burned. Sorry, crazy music. Yeah. The goal that we are trying to achieve is a 500 million revenue in the next.
Akash, we said we're going to be strict on time. Your 5 minutes is up. Thank you, Akash Gupta. Let's take some questions, though, for you from our punters.
So just a quick one. What is your biggest revenue model? Is it on basically the NFS?
Rentals. So essentially, the biggest revenue is from the delivery partner renting out the bike on a daily basis. Typically keeps it for 10 to 12 months. And my cost is half of the rental because I am, leveraging the data, and none of the banks can finance this guy because he does not have a CIBIL score or a profile, right? That's the power that we are able to do. And plus the uptime of the fleet, right? The tech basically looks at the data points and drive him to do more, which is why the customers also love it. So any delivery that my delivery partner does, Zomato, which is the largest food delivery company, pays me 5% on top of the delivery fee. and it routes through me. So I see that, hey, this guy has done 20 deliveries, he's made about $20 today. Can he pay me the $3 that I'm looking for? So it all flows into a single data stack. Yeah.
What's your, so you're a tech company,
yeah.
But what's your sort of like defensive position? Is it the technology, or is it actually the market share and the relationships and contracts you have?
Absolutely, I think three things, right? Definitely tech, because a lot of businesses have failed by not figuring out the data points in this business, right? Which are the spare parts, which is the quality of the bike, which is the driver whom you should rent, when to collect, how to onboard, right? One is that. The second thing is it's a highly operational intensive business, because there are mechanics that are on my payroll. There are people who are hiring delivery partners, right, on a daily basis. And that, again, is a flywheel of operational excellence that has to be built. The third is partnerships at scale, because now at this scale, I am one of the largest buyers of electric scooters, so I can negotiate the price. I'm the largest swapping infrastructure, right? So I can negotiate the price with everyone. And at least I have a 20% head start versus anyone on pricing who's even thinking about starting this. And unlocking this capital for leasing is also something that you can't track. So multiple, and I think the last fourth, which is the most critical, is the team, right? The DNA of the team, the hustle, the SOPs, the trainings that we've built, which is all tech-enabled, is the fourth pillar.
Yeah, I think my question is similar. Barriers to entry, how difficult? India is a large market. You're scratching the surface.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Barriers to entry.
Barriers to entry, see, frankly, the barriers to entry, I would say that it's the four things that I talked about. And I think the tech stack that is built, now we are leasing the tech, right? So the SaaS platform that we have built is now getting launched in Middle East, getting launched in Africa, getting launched in Southeast Asia, because there are a lot of entrepreneurs who come to visit and see that, hey, how can we do this? We tell them that, hey, use the tech. It's a SaaS layer, there's a driver app, there's a platform, there's the right vehicles, there's all the integrations. The data points, again, of the ERP, of the spare parts, 5 million spare parts is what we look at every month, right? That's huge data, and 5 million deliveries is what we do every month. So that is something that we are now able to harness, and which is the next inflection point in the business.
Just a question on margins and how you think about that, and growth going forward.
Sure.
What does the next phase look like for the business?
Great question. See, so far, the last 7.5 years, I think the one thing that we were doing was growth, right? 6 months back, I said that growth is done. We've grown from X to 3X in a year, X to 2X in every year, right? Now is the time for us to, kind of look at profitability. So within last 6 months, we did a lot of interventions, right? So we increased our pricing by 30% in the market, which is something that we felt that maybe 6 months we won't be able to grow because of crazy price increase. But we did that, the business reduced by 3%, right, in 2 months. Now the growth is back again. The next thing that we did, hey, customers, also the B2B customers, you need to pay more price because I have so much demand, right? There's 1 lakh open orders that I have, 100,000 open orders that I have. I'm at just 20,000. So we renegotiated that, hey, you need to pay us more. The third thing, I looked at some efficiencies within the team. Can I put tech and AI into a lot of processes? Rationalize a bit on the team. And now we are, so we are about 10% contribution margin positive, operationally profitable. We are just, kind of less than 200K into our PAT negative, right? So just the next 5,000 vehicles I deploy, we are profitable, which is the point of maybe the last pitch that I answered in here in the question, that we are just closing the last 10 million of our Series C, which unlocks potentially a $500 million round, $500 million chase of the current valuation, which is also looking like a $70, $80 million round. That's what we are essentially closing at the moment. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
So, thank you for that. Let's hear from our next pitcher. Our next pitcher is Arvind Sabharwal, who's the chairman of Lena Energy.
Thank you, everybody.
Hopefully you can hear me. Thanks all for making time at the end of the day. Definitely the graveyard shift, and they've got the temperature, as everyone talked about, nice and warm for us. So I'm here to talk about Lena. I chair Lena Energy. My involvement with the company is, well, it's 6 or 7 years ago. I was an investor. I was an early investor in the company. And then I'll make my confession, as I did to Greg Jackson earlier in our smaller session. I'm a stand-in. Okay, my CEO is probably the most commercial CEO you'll come across in clean tech, Will Tope, and he's not here. So I got the last-minute call to be here in this room and spend time at the India Growth Forum, which has been fantastic. So congrats to Manoj and the team. So Lena Energy is an interesting company. We're based in Lancaster. We are a university spin-out. We evolved from looking at and trying to solve a problem, and you can see this is what we see. The energy and solar growth sits squarely in the hottest and harshest climates. So you think this room here is hot at the Science Museum. It is a lot hotter in all those regions we see here. Then if I just move along, what we rely on at Lena is an age-old technology using sodium. So that's our differentiator. We don't use lithium and cobalt and rare earth minerals and things that are problematic to come hold of, to get hold of. So what we use is sodium. So what you see on the left there is a sodium battery known as a Zebra battery. It's old school. It's very reliable. However, the form factor, the energy density isn't great for mobility. So to be clear, this is for energy storage and solar, microgrids, all those good things. So our speciality is getting that form factor there on the left into something much more nimble, and we've used very clever ceramics and packaging material science to produce something that's, I think, is world-beating. I mean, I'm a big fan of what we do. So what we have, and I love this, my background is as an institutional investor, mainly in equities, global equities, and latterly in multi-asset. And the reason I love this is because we talk about IP moat. So our moat, if Warren Buffett was here, bless him, if he was here, he would talk about moats. This is our moat. We've got fantastic IP around all of this. And you can see what we do. It's all about solid-state electrolyte design, and this is our secret sauce. And our production uses, again, technologies from other industries, be it food tech, pharma, and again, basic ceramics. I'm looking at the time because I really got scared by that noise, by the way. The klaxon really got me. So accelerated go-to-market strategy. This is how we do it. And the key is we don't need billions of investment right now because we're relying on partners to help us scale up and become licensed partners with us. Where we are right now, we've raised, since inception 2019, we raised about 17 million to date. And then we've got about 3 million of non-dilutive funding from government grants and good things like that. So we're at that Series A stage. So that's where we sit quite clearly. But you can see where we are, what the different territories are doing. And as I say, the reason Will isn't here, my CEO, he's out in Saudi. So we have a very interesting partnership in Saudi. Equally, we have a great partnership in India. That's by chance. So Tata Power used our first prototype 12 months ago very successfully, and Will is over here in Saudi doing great things right now, and we're working very closely with partners there as well. So it's a really interesting phase to be with us. And then the last thing is Halliburton. Halliburton are also on our cap table as well. Okay, so this is what we're talking about, and this is what I like to talk about in any investment I make. So I'm talking to you as not just as chair, but as an investor. You like to see a bit of momentum, and you can see from the lab, we've now got serious offtake commitments. We've commercialized really very, very successfully. And the key thing there, I think you can see the picture on the top left is our pilot line. And our pilot line is in construction. Sorry, not just it's constructed, and we're ready to go with that. It's already working. Monday is our ribbon cutting ceremony. So we're all excited about that in Lancaster, and that's all going really, really well. So all of that's good. And the middle picture you can see Will, I can't remember which country's in there, maybe China, maybe Saudi, maybe India, I can't, actually that's China. Anyway, so that's where we are. This is the team. You can only do this with having a fantastic team, and that's the team we have. That's the executive team at the top, and then we've got the team up in Lancaster growing from 4 individuals to 35, and it's a great story there. We've trained a bunch of people who've really helped us out. Okay, my watch is saying 5. I'm waiting for a klaxon. If you don't want a klaxon, there we go, okay.
spot on timing. Congratulations. Arvind Sabharwal, Chairman of Lena Energy, thank you. Now, let's take the questions from the punters.
I'm holding the mic, so you have to go first. Just understanding the differentiator, you said it's lithium-ion aren't very good in hot countries, but I didn't really understand. I mean, there's a lot of lithium-ion going into hot countries, so what's really the difference in the impact you're making?
So the difference really is, so in terms of capacity, we're there with lithium, it's cost. So if we look at lithium right now, even though lithium pricing has gone down massively, lithium's down to about $65 per megawatt hours, roughly. I mean, you can get that in China. We're 40 right now, but we think we can get that lower. So it's cost. And then the other thing is lithium is inherently difficult to extract and get hold of. This is table salt at the end of the day. I mean, there's nothing really it's sodium. And then safety as well. As everyone gets their Amazon packages, my children always buy stuff with lithium-ion batteries, and you get that safety warning, beware of explosions. You won't get that with a sodium battery, so safety as well, those three factors.
What about lifetime cycles?
We're up there as well. Yeah, we can compete really well with lithium, and I think we're, right now, that's the key bit in the testing. We're trying to achieve those levels of lifetime, but we'll be there. Interestingly, the Chinese, BYD and others are investing in this now as well, in sodium for mobility, so that they can definitely get there.
So, I get it that right now the mobility size is not there, but what is your long-term vision for where do you want to get to?
Long-term, we'd like to be helping all those regions that want to solve for this problem, and that famous duck curve problem of solar in the day and then energy usage in the evenings, and that's the vision, and we want to put it in as many geographies as possible. So it should be ubiquitous, whether that's Lena or whether it's Lena India, whether it's Lena Africa, we don't mind, but we want a licensing model that lets the technologies be developed here, R&D in the UK, which a lot of people have talked about that, and then deploying it outside.
What are some of the biggest challenges you see over the near to medium term as you look to go from the pilots and the first of a kind projects to the next phase of the business?
Okay, as chair, my biggest challenge is people, getting the right people. As everyone knows, you need talent. I think we've got that now, but very short term, it's funding. So we're in that phase, and I said it in the roundtable yesterday as well. It's that perpetual Series A, and if we could just get there, and then we can get the bigger ticket sizes. So I think that's what we need. We need a backer. So I'm looking at you punters, cap in hand.
Can you give a little bit of visibility on the revenue going forward?
I can. So this year, I mean, this is a key year. We're going to get, interestingly, our partners in Saudi are paying for this, so we're actually going to be getting revenue. So after being all those famous things, deep tech, pre-revenue, all those, we are getting revenue, but it does turn quite quickly. If the projections remain the same, I think you could see hundreds of million, 200-300 million year two, so I'm talking 27, and then beyond that, it just depends on our offtake contract. But we're very, very confident to say it's improving. And I can share the deck, and again, I'll have to confess here, I'm not the CEO, I'm not the CFO, I'm only the humble chair, I'm a Ned, so I'll defer to more details from my CFO. Anything else? And that looks like 10 to me as well, 10 minutes. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Arvind Sabharwal, thank you. Good to talk to you, Chairman there of Lena Energy. Please now welcome to the stage Aaron Anand, who's the founder and chief executive of Electric Miles.
Hello, hi. Okay, so the time moves very quickly here, so I'll crack on. We are in the middle of energy crisis, and the demand is surging, and the grid can't cope with it. And so I'm going to tell you my story of my company, Electric Miles, what we've been doing for the last 5 years, and how we are building the future of energy management. So we were launched in 2020, a COVID baby, and really what we do is we make EV chargers smarter and intelligent, all via our data. What we are really doing is building an operating system of smart energy. It's an AI-driven platform powering the next generation, not only EV charger, but batteries, heat pumps, and other assets. And so just to break it down, what we really do is imagine a toaster with plug, right? They work, but they're dumb. They can't think, schedule, save, or earn. We add the brain. And we are the intelligent layer that makes EV charger easier to manage, cheaper to run, and profitable to operate. So in essence, drivers save money, the operators are able to earn money, and the fleet and installers are able to take control. And we are agnostic. We can work on any charger, any car. So you may be thinking, why me, right? Why am I the best person to solve this? Well, my background, 20 years in energy tech, and I've worked for National Grid balancing the supply and demand. And 8 years back, I bought an electric car and haven't looked back. I loved the car, but I hated the charging experience. So that's where I thought, this is the problem I want to solve. And that's what I set out to do. So very quickly, what are the core problems, right? 80% of today's charging is still dumb. That means they're plugging and charging. Fleet charging, businesses want to convert to EV, but they can't, it's chaotic. And the grid flexibility, only 5% are participating. And charger OEMs who are shifting boxes, but they're not getting any money out of it. Overall, it's quite fragmented. So that's the charging issue. Now, on the grid side, it's if you look at it, it's like cancer spreading. And imagine, and that's only for 3% EV. If all this number hit, it's going to be chaotic. So I feel like, and it's not just a UK problem, it's around the world. China obviously has spent a lot of money, but by building new power station, I feel flexibility is the core. So presenting our solution, Impact, which is a plug-and-play smart energy platform that solves this. We have an app for drivers, installers, and the fleet customers, and we automatically participate them in grid. One platform, total control, and it's already getting used by customers across UK, Europe, and the US. And obviously our moat is around how we're going to use AI agent to participate. So sort of talking more around the grid side, I mean, we got 6 modules, but we don't have time, so I'll talk about the core one, how we turn EV charging into revenue stream, right? We basically connected to 6 of these DSOs, and the idea is to curb the demand, and whenever there's notification, we send it to our customer. Overall, we've dispatched 2,000 events, 96% have participated, and we are able to tap onto a 20 million pound market. And hey, energy AI, we're gonna do that better. So overall, if you look at our traction, we got 12,000 users. We are close to hitting sort of 0.7 million ARR revenue, and overall done 600,000 smart charging session. We've been recognized by the industry as a leading sort of smart charging player across UK and Europe. So, and also we have been awarded the UK Enterprise Award. Oh, sorry, I'm not able to move. And also we were reported on the Futurist report. The market is huge, and how we make money, for one commercial charger on our platform, we can earn £1,250 over 3 years. And just imagine now, if we can, with the 76% gross margin, so if we scale it to 10,000, 12 million, and our plan is to get to 50,000, which is 60 million. And obviously, I couldn't have done it without the team. This is where I'm really proud of. We have experience in software, energy, venture, and across UK, Europe. Obviously, today we are in the India Global Forum, and I'm really excited about the India opportunity, where we can solve the Indian renewable energy superpower, matching that with the grid constraint. And I feel if China can do it through manufacturing, India can do it through smart software. And we are fundraising. We're doing a pre-Series A, £2 million of investment, and love to see if punters are interested. Thank you.
Well done. You hit the time. So let's see whether there are some questions from our punters.
Yeah, did I gather that you're 12,000 users at the moment? All right, and you're wanting to move to 50,000 over what time period?
By 2027.
And what are the barriers to that, achieving that?
I mean, majority of our users are domestic. We want a mix of domestic and commercial. That's why we are focusing on the fleet charging aspect, where there's more opportunity to monetize and make money. And because we are software, I think barriers is all about if manufacturing coming up with their software, but slowly they're moving away. They're realizing that they're leaving money on the table, which they're not able to monetize. So they are actually coming to us and say, hey, you do software, we do hardware, let's do it together. So like this, we have signed 6 major charger OEM contracts. That's how we're going to get to 50,000 users or chargers.
It's a fairly crowded market, isn't it?
Not really. There is competition, yes. Obviously, Octopus Energy. But where we are playing, if you look, we started off domestic, yes. We don't want to build an app, right? We are building a smart energy platform, right? And we are focusing now more on the fleet side, and that's not crowded. And because there's only 3-4 players, and we are already recognized, we're 5 years into the making, and we've got bus depot, we got Oxford Bus who signed up with us, and we got 6 more depots that's going live, and we think we'll be fine.
So just building on that question, so are you saying your differentiator is the fleet that you have, or what is your differentiator?
Our differentiation is the tech, and our differentiation is also we are the early mover into AI, and not just saying AI as a gimmick, but actually training some AI models, agentic AI, and especially around the use case of participating these fleet assets to day-ahead trading market, and nobody's doing that. Nobody. We've already done our first day-ahead trade, and we were able to earn £6. But hey, I think that's where we'll win.
My questions are related to others on adoption and traction, and just like how would you compete with incumbents and car manufacturers and others who might themselves come up with these solutions?
It's the contrary. In fact, a lot of OEMs are very happy to have meetings. We met with Toyota, we met with VW. Everybody wants to do their own, and technology with energy, AI, IoT, it's very complex. So OEMs are very happy to partner with players out there who can give them a differentiation and they don't get distracted. So I would say that's where the market's heading.
So you also said that UK is a crowded market, and you're looking at other geographies. India is something that you mentioned. Where do you see, where will you be able to get your foothold?
In India?
Anywhere, where?
Yeah.
Because UK is a crowded market.
Yeah. I mean, UK is ahead, which gives us an advantage. We are able to learn any boxer. If you're learning it with an experienced boxer, you'll get trained for other. So we launched in the US. We have a contract with a company in California. We have we are partnered with a company in Germany. And I think, with if post our funding round, India as a market will be very, very interested. Because obviously I've lived 20 years in India, 20 years here. I'd love to do something where I could take the product, but also working with the DISCOM, the DSOs, they always want to learn from us. And I feel we will have an edge because India's got 50,000 electric buses, and we can trade that energy with the grid, and that will solve the whole grid problem, at least for some of the states in India. Okay, thank you.
Arun Anand, thank you. This is Arun Anand, founder and chief executive of Electric Miles. Last but not least, please welcome Matt Candy, the chief executive of Steamology Motion UK.
Thank you. So hello, my name is Matt Candy, and I'd like to introduce you to Steamology. Industrial heat takes up 2/3 of industrial energy demand, almost 1/5 of energy consumption. The global diesel engine market was worth $236 billion in 2024. Steamology, zero-emission steam, heat and power, embrace the hydrogen and circular economies, eliminating emissions, replacing fossil fuels in heating and diesel engines. Over a decade ago, the Steamology team broke the land speed record for a steam-powered car. The project gave us experience in high temperature and high pressure steam and steam turbines. We broke the record, we still hold the record. We didn't smash it, and this inspired us to take a new approach for zero emission power. At the heart of all Steamology projects is the combustion of hydrogen and oxygen, creating clean, green steam. There is no carbon, there's no NOx, there's no SOx, there's no particulates. The only product of combustion is hot steam. We're transforming water into power. Renewable energy is plentiful, but intermittent. 10,000 times more solar energy strikes the earth every day than we use, and it's free. Direct electrification is great, normally the best solution, but 20% is hard to directly electrify, hard to abate. Steamology works in this area. Renewables into electrolysis creates hydrogen and oxygen gas. Gas is collected, compressed, and stored in tanks. The gas tanks are the battery of our system. When the sun's gone down or the wind stops blowing, energy is demanded. We burn the gas in our steam generator. Steam delivers useful heat or power. The water can be returned for electrolysis, and all projects share the same modular core technology. Steamology adopts a cradle-to-cradle approach, avoiding rare and toxic materials, engaging with the circular economy, meeting ESG targets. Steam engineering is reliable, robust, resilient, well understood. However, the way we've been raising steam from fossil fuels has made a major contribution to the climate emergency, and Steamology patent-granted steam generators deliver clean, green steam coupled with low-risk, proven steam engineering. So, steam-in-a-box solutions decarbonize industrial steam and heating, 20% more efficient than conventional boilers. Closed-loop operation returns the water that is required to produce the hydrogen, and we're operating in Surat, India, decarbonizing coal-fired textile processing. Steam turbines have played a successful part in maritime propulsion for over 130 years. Steamology completed a 300-kilowatt workboat bollard pool test. We've got approval in principle underway with Lloyd's Register. We're currently working with leading naval architects developing zero-emission crew transfer vessels. We have a commercial rail project with Eversholt Rail, Arup Engineering, and freight operators Freightliner, delivering a full-size, full-scale 2-megawatt rail freight locomotive. There are 630 in the UK, addressable market in North America, 38,000. Compared to hydrogen fuel cells and battery alternatives, we've got 3 distinct advantages for high-power applications: much more energy dense, much more cost-effective, much longer life. Our Dream Steam team holds the world speed record for a steam-powered car. Over the years, we've been awarded 4.2 million in grants, some EIS seed investment, and a number of awards. We're transitioning from private and grant-funded projects towards sales and licensing revenue. We're looking to raise 2 million for the next 18-month journey to commercialization. Investment for certification and production development for pilot-scale deployment alongside strategic recruitments. We're developing commercial relationships with ZF Transmissions, Eversholt Rail, Scottish Power Renewables, and key players in the industrial steam industry. Our B2B customers will be driven by legislated net zero targets and already have the human skills and capital means of production. No tooling is required, no gigafactories. We're ready today. A likely trade exit would be to one of the main global diesel engine manufacturers. An example of this was the recent diversification of Cummins' purchase of Hydrogenics for 290 million. So my name is Matt Candy. Thank you for listening, and please let me know if you have any questions. And together, we can make green power make a difference.
Matt, thank you very much. And you beat the gong. Congratulations, the only one to do so today. Well done. Let's see if our punters have any questions.
So I know my esteemed colleagues here will have much more idea on climate, but at least from my view, a lot of companies have tried hydropower and none of them have really succeeded significantly. What makes you different, which should allow you to succeed?
So we have a high efficiency. So because we operate in a closed loop, we access the high heating value of hydrogen, which is 39 kilowatt hours, so 20% more than anybody else. We have genuinely zero emissions. Hydrogen burns very hot, 2,500 degrees C. If you put hydrogen in an ICE engine, which a lot of our friends and people do, there's no one answer, but that's zero carbon, not zero emission. And so we can give the water back in a truly circular sense, and we're highly modular. So we make steam in seconds. So not only are we making steam in a rapid, highly efficient way, the way we deliver steam can also provide production advantages. And we're exploring this in distilleries and laundries and food and bev. From an engine point of view, half the price of a fuel cell. The locomotive project, 30 tons of engine off, 6 tons on, high torque, these assets are going to become stranded, 38,000 locomotives in the States. We're working in marine, just working with Carnival. Some of the social license to operate requires zero emission. You've got to get rid of that diesel. Being less bad is not being good. This is zero.
I'm just trying to understand it a little bit.
Yes.
Kind of like what's in the box when you've got the car or the train? And is it sort of like you are tanking the hydrogen and oxygen in cylinders?
Correct.
And so what about the logistics behind sort of like having generation transport of cylinders and refueling?
Correct.
And so
So we're 10% of the sale, and that's why we're trying to reach out to people such as yourselves, MOU with Scottish Power, because it's about the electron. It's about if you can't sell the electron today, put it into a molecule and then move it. On an industrial setting, steam as a service co-located with the electrolyzer is ideal. When you get into heavy transport, you very quickly run into problems at the megawatt scale for fuel cells and battery and alternatives. And none of them are highly desirable compared to the amazing energy density of hydrocarbons, but we have to move on. Once you go liquid, which is being adopted by some marine and aviation, our rail project is LOX and gaseous hydrogen. The overall package then starts to come back to you. But it's a big shift. It's a big infrastructure shift. That's the transition.
Thank you.
Thanks. 2 million you're wanting to raise.
Correct.
You seem to be doing an awful lot. I mean, in terms of different...
Yes, we get this criticism a lot, and people say just focus on the rail project, for instance. But we've been grant funded with over 20 different grants, so we've worn a lot of hats. It's not a platform technology, it's a bit cute, but we've got one part number for steam generator, and we've got one turbine. So although I've talked about a wide range of industries there, we've only got 10 people, I've got 4 engineers, so we have one part number. So we're looking at decarbonising the Kew Steam Museum, which is very low temperature saturated steam, and we make 40 bar 400 degree steam at 2 megawatts for a freight locomotive. It's the same part number. It's the same gas control system. It's the same electronic control system. So that is, yes, it looks a bit that we're serving, but that's been our grant route to date. And we're finding those beachhead pilot projects in the distilleries where it's a luxury good, cruise liners where it's a luxury good. There's a motivation to be zero above the legislated and regulatory frameworks.
I was going to ask you a question on the 2 million, because
Yes.
it still sounds like challenging to raise that amount and the amount that you're looking to.
Correct. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
everyone talks about the Valley of Death. We did 900,000 last year. About 80% of our work is now certification. So 10 people, a brand new way of delivering energy, but we're at full size and full scale. And our only barrier, we don't need any tooling. We don't need a gigafactory. It's highly modular. So each steam generator does 100 kilowatts or 600 steam, and that's the device that we're selling and we're all concentrating on. So that allows us, we've already working through the Pressure Equipment Directive and ATEX and DESIR and understanding the installation requirements. So certification towards insurance. We're working with the insurance industry. What paperwork will you need from the certification people in order to sell? The price is fine. I can sell you one at half the price of a fuel cell today. There goes the bell. Thank you.
our thanks to all of our pitchers, and please stay in the room. Our punters will now go and deliberate briefly to determine who will win this year's award. So please just bear with us. We will announce the winner of the award, powered by Octopus, in just a few moments.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve, and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners, and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
This is more than a coming together. It's the beginning of a journey that will redefine an industry. A revolution of energy. A push towards a new chapter. Re-evaluating what's possible and building tomorrow. It's the interconnectedness of people, communities, society. This is EET, tying together groundbreaking ideas, leading the way in what we believe, advancing new technology, setting the benchmark for a new energy economy, delivering.
They have determined who will be the winner of the IGF Next Gen Clean Tech Award powered by Octopus. And so to say a few words and to present the award to this year's winner, please welcome James Edison, the co-founder and CTO of Octopus.
It hasn't got a light on. Right. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me to have the honor of presenting this award. I think, first of all, it's being an entrepreneur and knowing how much it's a member of part of being a team which creates that. I very, very much felt empathy for all of the speakers coming up, and with just 5 minutes to try to give over the passion of years of work and dedication on behalf of them and their whole team. It's a phenomenally difficult thing to try to do. So, and I thought all of them were exciting, so different in terms of stages and how they're using tech to create solutions. And personally, I wish them all success, and it's those kind of ideas which we absolutely need to change the dynamics of our energy and future of our planet. So first of all, congratulations. I think any one of them could have been the winner. Unfortunately, it's a sad job. I have to announce that only one of them is the winner. So I'd like to invite I've forgotten his name, but the company is Zip Energy. Congratulations. Zip Electric. Are you still here? Come on up.
Congratulations to Akash Gupta there, the Chief Executive of Zip Electric, the winner of this year's IGF Next Gen Clean Tech Award. Ladies and gents, a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we reach the end of our UK-India Future Frontiers Forum, hosted in partnership with the Science Museum. A huge thanks to all our speakers, our moderators, and of course to you here in the room and around the world online for your attention and your contributions throughout the day. We have made it. It has been warm. And so a reminder, the summer reception, there are drinks, is getting underway from 6:30 this evening in the Taj Courtyard at the Taj Hotel. I hope to see you there. Have a great evening. Thank you.